has to do with the fact that dedicate that to your personal development or personal growth. So maybe you start the day. What are you doing that is going to help you personally? There are times you can do it in the morning, there are times it can be in the evening. Truth is that what you do aside what is official, let's say maybe you're a student, or maybe let's say you work in an office, what you do after the official office hours is what will give you the freedom you want in life. Your work will not make you rich. Your school will not make you rich. But does it mean you don't need school? No, you need it. Does it mean you don't have to go and work till they say your work will not make you rich? No, you need it. What happens is, let's say I come into a company, I'm a junior staff, and I was employed to be maybe security. My working hours are maybe 8 a.m., 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Let me the standard our security people normally they work with the shift. It's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm a security man. That's what I've been employed to do. So I come to work. I want us to create a scenario that we are going to understand it very well. So I come to work, I close 6 p.m. I'm tired, stressed, go home, get some sleep, relax, on TV, watch some more, sleep, and go to bed. The days I'm off, let me rest. Today is my off day. Let me catch some rest and relax the body or go out. That's person A. And now person B, same company, same work. But after the 6 p.m., if he gets home, take his bath, relax, around 9 p.m., he goes to bed, and then wakes up, sets an alarm, wakes up around 9 p.m., and then decides to study for 2 hours or 1 hour. Decides to study, let's say, cyber security, or learn how to install CCTV cameras, something extra. After 1 year, who do you think would have achieved self-improvement? The person B. Yeah. Now, two people, same company, same work. After 1 year, one is no longer just a security man. One is a security man who has the skill of either cyber security or CCTV camera installer or network installer. If even it takes 2 years or 3 years for the person to complete whatever he's doing, at least the person knows that in 4 years or 3 years time, I will no longer be a security in this company. So the person comes back after 3 years or 2 years, he has a certificate or qualification. One day he sees the manager driving out. Okay, please, good day. Oh, I want to discuss something with you. Please, I've managed to, now I have a background in cyber security or CCTV this thing. I was wondering if there's any vacancy, and I can be, if there's any vacancy and I can get space. Of course, the company director or owner will be impressed. If there's a vacancy, why won't they give it to him? But this same person, the person A, will go about complaining every day, life is hard, and I've been doing this foolish job for God knows how, the bender. What do you think is happening? One person took his destiny into his own hands, one person went with the system. And that's what we are seeing happening in our lives today. You finish school with people. By the time you finish school with people, You were all the same class, the same whatever. But within 2 months or 1 year, they say there are no jobs in Ghana, but some will secure good jobs. One, the good jobs some will secure is because of who they know. And two is because of the skills they have acquired. Or three is because of the opportunity that was available to them. So, spending time for yourself is very important. How many are students here? Who is still in school? Final year, I guess.
What about students can work?
Yeah, that one the fee. Yeah. So, is that level? Okay, good. Now, today is Saturday. Let's say once every month you make time to come for mentorship class. The same students, same school. Others are either preparing to go for a party or is it party, or now that you are here, someone is serious on a phone call, talking about love and like gossip and things, and they can talk for close to 4 hours. Now, if you are smart and whatever you learn here, you put it into practice. In a year or two, when you all finish school, I use the word if you are smart and you put into practice what you learn here. By the time you will finish school, you will be one step ahead. And somebody will meet you and say, hey, you are like you. When you school, when you finish school, they have an opportunity. And I can tell the person now, I wasn't lucky. I put my time to good use. You see, life is how should I put it? Life is a terrible teacher. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but life has no mercy. Life will teach you everything it can teach you. No matter who you are, life will teach you all the lessons that it has. It depends on you to apply wisdom, to know how to navigate the lessons of life. If not, as for life, no mercy. Life, you can say, is ruthless. It has no mercy. It can teach you, beat you, do everything until you go 6 feet. Then life will say, I've won. Let me move to the next person. That is life for you. So when I hear our people talking about, oh, why is life so hard? In the first place, who told you life was meant to be easy? If life was meant to be easy, then there will be no need for us to have gone to school, take big books, study one that some of them you are not even using today. Somebody will say, oh, the book, I'm not able to read the book, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, where we have, let's say, how many hours in a day do we have?
24.
How many hours in a day do we have?
4. 24.
So 12. The day hasn't ended. You say maybe your day has ended. Because if 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., while your day has ended, let's say today is 1st July, at 11 p.m., is it still 1st July or not?
Still.
It's still. Maybe whilst you have ended your day at 7 p.m., somebody is still continuing his. We all have 24 hours in a day. From the previous morning till when you wake up at 6 a.m., normally till the next day 6 a.m. or at dawn we say the day has done what? Has ended, a new day has started. Now, if you work or you go to school, maximum, you don't do more than 8 hours. So let's say the time you used to sit in car, get to work, close and let's say all 10 hours. 10 hours. Like the time you spend going to work or school and then getting back home, in total of it, let's say it's 10 hours. Let's say, how many hours are we required to sleep?
8 hours.
So 10 plus 8 is
8.
in fact that is it.
Some of us is more than
What is more than 10 hours? It's not more than. You don't even work 8 hours in that 8 hours. There's lunch break in it. There's whatever break. There's dozing off break in it. There's laziness break in it. So even let's say let me maintain the 8 hours of active serious work. Let me say in a day you've been serious, but it will be more than 4 hours, but you for the sake of let's say 8 hours. So how many hours are we supposed to sleep in a day?
8.
What is the prescribed hours that every person needs?
8.
8. 6 to 8.
Let's say 8 hours. So 8 plus 8,
16.
16. So how many hours more do you have left?
8.
8. So that 8 hours you have left, what are you using it for? So if you say you cannot dedicate 30 minutes or 1 hour a day to read or to learn a new skill, then you know you are just giving excuses. Some of these things you will not know it until you practically sit down and cast your mind to it. You'll be like, whoa, what do I use the time for? If you can dedicate 1 hour every morning to read a book, or a day, let me not say every morning, out of 24 hours, if you can dedicate 1 hour, just 1 hour out of every 24 hours to read something meaningful, trust me, your life will never be the same. So there is this question that we're supposed to discuss. Charlton, we're supposed to discuss. If you don't mind, you can ask the questions so that we all discuss it.
So let's take it you are working and the money you are earning at the end of the month, it's not really telling up to your normal spending within a month. Your money gets finished before by calculation, your money gets finished before the end of the month. How do you then get to save one? Then, according to the book that we are reading, how do you then have to save 1/10 of what you earn at the end of the month?
Okay, so the lesson I have also learned from that same very book we are reading is that, and even with economics will tell you that our needs are essential. Our budgets will never meet our income. And in looking at the economy we find ourselves in the country we find ourselves in. And also in the book he stated that 10% doesn't really make, if you use it, it doesn't really make a difference. You still come back to the point where your budget doesn't meet your income. And if you take it out it still remains your budget doesn't meet your income. But putting that 10% away gives you some security, or gives you at least you have assurance that you have been able to keep an amount somewhere. So you live or you budget according to what you have after you have taken out your 10%. of your savings, then you budget. Then coach also told us, I don't know if but for me, he has shared it in the office a couple of times, that always put your needs above your wants. So to help you with your budget and also to be able to balance your budget, always look at the needs above the wants. Don't put all of them together. So what is needed for you to do now is what you budget for. The wants can maybe be dealt with later on, or you can maybe, as you are saving, you can save towards those wants. But it goes out, and I think so far, for me, it's working a bit for me.
Okay. So, oh, you say something. Go ahead.
So, what if you just take it, your wants have been taken aside, you don't really deal with your wants, but you deal with only your needs, but your
Needs.
needs are still not meeting up to.
So you go according to what is needed now. Then you go. That is how I am doing it. Oh, they are all needs,
Scale
but
of preference.
they are
We are
all
all
needs,
learning, so you
but
can share
they are
ideas.
all needs, but the needs to what is needed now, and which one can wait, which one can wait later. Maybe the following month you deal with that one, then it goes like that. That's
Okay.
how we all manage.
You see, first things first. No matter the amount of money you earn, it will never be enough for you. No matter the amount of money you earn, it will never be enough. Because the more you earn, the more you want. The more your desire, everything changes. Now, if I may ask, how many times in a day do you eat?
Personally.
Yes. Two. Okay. I'm sure you pick a car to work, right? Okay. Now, savings is savings. You understand? Somebody was saying that there are times, let's say, I don't know where to use that easy for all of us. Okay, I'm sure we are all used to the circle, Kaswa Road, all those kind of things. Okay, so I'm sure if you know of Paloma Junction. Yes. So maybe he's speaking to a from or a car from Teshi or Nungwa, or Medina. Medina to Paloma Junction is 1 cedi, but Medina to Circle is 1 cedi 50 pesos or 2 cedi. You understand? He will pick. It's like pick Medina to Paloma Junction, get down and do the rest by foot. Maybe he eats, let's say roughly, maybe you spend 15 cedis a day on food. And the question is, that 15 cedis, what food can I switch to? So that maybe instead of 15, I spend 10 cedi. So that I can save the extra 5 cedis a day. You understand? Savings is very difficult. But when you realize that saving that 10% is a price you have to pay for the future you want, you will find a way. Do you get it? You will find a way. As I can use the word that life is a ruthless teacher. No mercy. Because we all have our wants. No, let's say if right now you get a job and they start paying you maybe 5,000 cedis a month, right? The same complaint you have today, the same complaint you have when you earn the 5,000. But if you are able to put 10% away now, then when you start earning more, the more you can do what? You can still put away. They say what is pursuing you determines the life you live or how you save. If nothing is pursuing you, you chop everything. So it goes to the second point that goes to the point that what more can I do? It's good if you've come to the realization that what I'm even earning now, I can't even put 10% away. So what do I do about it? That takes you to the next question or chapter of life. What do I do about it? That is where you put your thinking caps on. What do I do about it? Let me share my own personal story or a similar challenge. I was always having issues. I would say I felt I never had enough. Always not having enough. So one day, I was there and I was like, Charlie, the amount of money that has been passing through my hands, there shouldn't be a question like, I don't have enough. So I went around, right? I was looking for a small car to buy. Because those times, this car was raining, the Honda i10. You have friends who will tell you, oh wait, if I buy for 50 Ghana or 70, it can take me the whole week. And maybe at that time I was buying for like 250 a week. I was like, wow, this car, 70 Ghana or 150 can take you the whole week. That means what I buy for a week can, if I have this car, I can use for the month. So now it became my target. I was looking for money to go and buy that. I didn't want to sell the car I was using. So I wanted to buy that small car. And in the process, I think it was 31st of the week, and the pastor called me and he said, I've seen you driving 4x4. I said, voila. You, this saloon car cry, me, I'm here praying to God to give me money to go and buy i10 because I'm having full challenges. And you are telling me you see me driving 4x4 the new year. I was like, this pastor, it's like with the emphasis. So February, in the month of February of that new year, somebody called me that, Charlie Francis, I have some saloon car, like it looks like 4x4. It doesn't consume petrol at all. Let me go. Charlie, it's a good car. I was like, So I was looking for a small car to buy that I was calling. He said, oh, wait. So I called my mechanic. We went and said, this car, what will be the engine capacity? He said, oh, this car, they don't consume at all. It's even better than the one you are using, the consumption. I'm like, oh, that one 1.8. I was like, oh, this one will be like 1.8. Or maximum be 2.0, but it doesn't consume at all. They are better than what you are using, it doesn't consume. I was like, okay. Then let's arrange. The person was giving me a good payment plan, so why not take this opportunity and then let's go with this one. The day was done. The first day I moved the car. I said, oh, I went to visit my sister at Ajo. I was like, oh, maybe it was a mistake. Let me go and buy petrol again. So I bought the petrol again and I had to go to Tesano. When you Tesano and came back home, I was like, I thought they said this car was better and the consumption was better than even my old one. So she forget the small car I was looking for. Sunday after church, I went to look for the car manual. I spent like 3 hours repeating and I went to see the engine capacity. It was 2.4. I said, ow.
1.8.
I was like, no wonder within 2 days I've bought fuel about 150 cedis. I was like, hey, as for this, I mean, what do I do? Me, I can't return the car. Me too, what do I do? That means from complaining from fuel like 250 cedis a week, now you're looking at close to 400 450 fuel a week. I was like, as for this,
I can't hear it.
la lie. But I changed my thought. Was like, instead of looking for a small car, why not think of what can I do so that fuel will not be a problem for me? So at that point in time, when I put on the thinking cap, the only solution was to start another business on the side. So through that, I realized, oh, right now, my first priority was, let's say, if in a month I needed 1,500 for fuel, my first priority was, what can I do so that every month I get 1,500 cedis? Aside whatever work I was doing at that time, what can I do? Because for what I realized that fuel was my priority. What can I do so that I can earn the money that can take care of fuel for the month? If I get my fuel money, I'm okay. I don't even mind the rest. So through that, other business ideas started coming to mind. And I had no option than to do what? To pursue it. Because I had a major financial problem to solve. That's why I said, what is pursuing you decides what you do. So you've come to the realization that saving that money is even a challenge. So the question then becomes, what are you willing to do? You understand? What are you willing to do? That's where you have to sit down and go to the drawing board. Should I learn a new skill? What more can I do? Maybe photography. People are paying for it. Should I go and learn photography? Or should I find somebody and tell the person, oh, I'm available on weekends. If you don't mind, if you get a job, can you call me so that we go and do it? And then you find something for me. Should I learn graphic designing? So that I can start telling my friends and people that right now I'm a graphic designer. In a month, if I'm able to do even 3 designs, and maybe I charge each design like 200 cedis. That means right now I'm getting extra 600 cedis in a month. To do graphic designing, you don't need much. Just a computer. Once you know the job. And the beauty about anything you decide to do is that you will get your customers. No matter what you decide to do, you will get your customers. The how is not our problem. That's where God comes in. By the time you call people, you went to school, you go to church, you meet people, you have friends, you talk to people. By the time you start telling people, oh, I'm a graphic designer, I'm a this. Somebody will start calling you. So that is where this kind of mentorship also comes to benefit. You learn about integrity, how to be diligent and all those things. So if right now you say, oh, I'm a graphic designer, somebody calls you and say, oh, okay, I learned you say do graphic design. Okay, do the design for me. Quickly, you've learned about diligence. You learn about integrity. You do your best and you give the results to them. But them will be like, oh, I like your work. And then boom, from there, a new opportunity may have developed. But there are people who do things with their common sense. So when the opportunity even comes, they lose it. Because they depend on their common sense. Common sense will tell you, but you called me this morning. You said I should do a design for you. And this if you are giving me pressure. At least give me 3 days, which is reasonable. That's what common sense will tell you. But diligence will tell you, others are now able to do design within 2 hours. So let me also, even though I'm tired, let me try and send this design to the person within 3 hours and ask the person, oh, this is just a sample. How do you like it? Can you give me up to the close of 2 days time or 3 days time? I can polish it and then you see the better view. The person will be like, okay, send me the final work within 2 days, or what you've done so far is even good. Send it, polish and send it to me. That's where business comes in. So it's very difficult. The life out there is brutal. So when the challenges set in there, it's good if you realize that the money is not enough. So that should be your wake up call. So maybe I can ask, so when you realize that, when you put your thinking cap on, what comes to mind? What comes to mind? We have students in our midst. Now, out of this mentorship class, some of the challenges will be, you've realized, okay, maybe let me ask, what's the one thing you hear from all graduates math today?
No job.
Good. That means you are current. No job. Are you aware?
Yes.
No job.
I've heard it, but I'm not aware.
You're not there yet. Okay. There are two ways to learn lessons in life: from people's experience, from books. Let me say maybe three, or your own experience. So you've heard it, but you're not there. So you can wait to get there and learn the lesson the hard way, or you can say, this is what people who have finished ahead of me are saying. Me, I'm not like them. So what can I do now? So that by the time I finish school, I already have something I'm doing to bring income. When we were in uni, one lecturer boldly looked at our face and told us that, if I tell you the truth right now, you're going to report. Or no, at the end of every semester, we used to do lectures assessments. But the truth is, if you know what's good for you, don't look for something else and be doing and be learning now. If you finish this course, the job there, unless you have God. And he gave practical solutions that, see, you can go and learn software development. It's all part of your course. You can start learning how to be a software developer, how to be an IT technician, how to be a this. So that by the time you finish school, you add it to your degree, and boom, you have opportunities better than others. So me, right from level 300, I was always on the street hustling. Because I wasn't ready to wait and come and join the Unemployed Graduate Association. I went that before I finished school, and right from level 300, I started hustling. So one circle guy saw me and said, and to the school cried that you're going to waste your time, because every day you are in town with us. Forget about the school and come and ask. I said, no, I'll come. The school too is important. I'll combine both. So the challenge is, whatever field you are doing in school now, you know there are colleagues ahead of you who are home doing nothing. You understand? Who are home doing nothing. They are waiting for employment. So, if you are part of the mentorship class and you finish school and you join the Unemployed Graduate Association, that means you've wasted all your time doing what? Joining this class. Because you've been told that by the time you finish, it will take a miracle. But if maybe, let's say, at a mentorship class, you've been told that by now, know what you want to do. Know the field you want to get into. Ask yourself, how do I upgrade myself above the others? What more can I do on the side? So if I finish school and I don't get a job, what can I be doing for the time being? Or maybe I'll get a job. But what skills am I taking so that when I get into the company, they will be like, no, as for this person, we are keeping you. After school, what kept me or what opened door for me was IT. A woman was like, nah, the way you are good, I will try and make sure I help you get a job to stay here. So it was through IT. Though today I no longer practice IT, I no longer use IT. But at the time, I was IT technician doing IT stuffs. And today I no longer do what? Use it. So let's say maybe GIG, right? If I'm correct. Good. Let's say journalism background, journalism field or something. When by the time you finish school, you've already learned on your own how to report for areas, how to report news, how to edit, how to whatever is needed in the newsroom or stuff. You've learned it on the side. So when you finish school, you get attachment and set at TV3, and you go there like, this girl, after school girl, she has been able to report a news like a professional. She knows how to do editing. Let's keep her. Understand? Because what's going to happen is that when all your colleagues are applying for the same job, they are all going to apply as no work experience, qualifications, degree holder. But when you are applying qualification, maybe degree holder, news editor, maybe graphic designer, maybe this. If me, I'm on the board employed, I see the CV and I see 10 people. Everyone is saying degree. One person is saying not just degree, has other qualifications. I will choose you over the rest. So what skill are you going to acquire now to give you advantage over the others? Because you've heard there are no jobs. But trust me, there are plenty jobs. There are jobs in Ghana. If anybody tells you there are no jobs, that's a lie. The work is in abundance. But the problem is, there are no people are not available to occupy the jobs that are available. They want technicians, they want IT people, they want people who can service elevators, people who can oil and gas, people who are technicians. Sometime I think it was during the Kufuor's administration or Atamu's administration, one of them. And the minister for the oil sector was like, all the students are running to UK to go and do oil and gas. I've forgotten the name of the course. Everybody was doing it. I've forgotten the name of the course. It was something managerial or something, oil and gas. And I was asking them, you're all learning managerial this oil. That the course was in UK and America, whatever. So all the graduates, they were all going to do it. In Ghana too, was booming, the private universities. So the question was that you are all learning managerial. Who should do the dirty work and you come and manage the quality? Who should do the dirty work? Who should do the dirty work for you to come and manage the person? They want technicians, not managers. So all of you who are saying there are no jobs, there were jobs. But the thing is that you are all going to learn human resource manager, oil and gas manager, this thing manager. So now they have to go outside and bring foreigners to come and do the technical aspects. And you are coming back with your masters in human resource manager, oil and gas manager, you're coming to manage you. As for the managerial role, now they are abundant. They have people. So right now, people saying they are no job. The truth is they are jobs. They are jobs, trust me. But the question is, are you qualified for those jobs? Are you qualified? If you are qualified, what's your qualification? Sometimes you have to look deep within and be truthful to yourself. That see, I don't qualify for any job. So what do I do? The truth is bitter, but that's the truth. You ask yourself, you have been praying to God for opportunities, or you want opportunities. The question now is, what opportunity do you think you qualify for? What opportunity do you think you qualify for? Now, if I have money and I own a company, me, I want to relax and stop using my brain. So if I'm bringing you on board, I'm bringing you on board so that you come and think for me. So if you are coming for me to train or to teach you, oh, they will train me. I was telling somebody about acquiring skills. It was like, if you are serious, so you want to employ me. If you employ me, you will train me. And I was like, in this modern Ghana, nobody wants to train anybody. They already want people with the skills. So it's better for you to go and acquire the skills and stop saying, oh, if you are serious about employing me, you would train me. No. People who want to grow, they want people with the skills. So there are many ways to acquire the skills. Voluntary service.
They said voluntary service too is expensive.
Why is it expensive?
Voluntary is expensive
How?
because the person going to do the voluntary service, maybe the person lives far away from where the employment location is to learn the voluntary service. The person has to feed himself 2-4-7. The person has to pick up. The person has to even sacrifice part of his time to learn it, to get it.
So that's why do you think that is really is it the beginning of today's session? I used one word that was life is ruthless. Do you think they care?
And sometimes the attitude of the staff you are going to learn from them will really put you off.
It's part of the process.
No, he's benefiting.
So you're not going to benefit. So if within your area you can look for a company, within your area you can find a job anywhere, something to learn a skill or something. You don't have a say when you are going through the process. But today's world, because of social media, people have say. There was a colleague I was talking to, and he has relocated abroad. So he was telling me stuff starting to keep quiet. You and I are all Ghanaians, we grew up in Ghana. Just because you relocated for 1 year, you're not telling me about human rights and rights of this. I said, because of that, you talk to elderly people anyhow. I said, from Africa, where we come back from, an elderly person is always right. He said, don't tell me that nonsense. I was like, brother, you know your background. So just because you've relocated doesn't mean you forget your background. When you want something the same way, going through the process is very difficult. Imagine you walk into a company tomorrow and the person you are going to seek employment from was your junior in school or your colleague in school. Are you ready to humble yourself and work another person? Many will walk away. But you have to stay. At that point in time, it's not a matter of I was your senior or I was this. Yes, there are people who have wisdom to know that, oh, this person was my senior in school. So even though he's working for me, let me extend some kind of courtesy or respect to that person. Life is all about relationship. Today you hear certain things that don't be quick to judge in life. Now have a policy that mind your business, don't be quick to judge. Let's say tomorrow you hear somewhere somebody saying, oh, Tim is an ungrateful person. God will punish him. Why? Because I used to help him, I used to link him to jobs, blah blah. Today he thinks he has made money, so he's okay. No. The question is that when he was going through the process, what was the relationship? Maybe today I'm in a position of power. So Edna comes, I treat her anyhow, talk to her anyhow. You don't know people's tomorrow. So definitely when she too, God lifts her up, don't expect her to still see you and Oga humble herself, blah, blah, blah. But when you establish the relationship well and you build it with respect, no matter how high the person rises, the person will always remember that relationship. The person will always remember that relationship. The person can be your driver, but tomorrow he can be an MP, he can be a minister. By the time he sees you, you say, oh my God. Even if he's in a better position than you, he will still, because when he was working for you, there was some level of respect. But when you treat people anyhow, and that's what many people are going through today. People that they've helped in the past or they raised them are in position of power today. And now, not everybody has the spirit of humility to know that, let me forgive. Whatever I went through was part of the process. They are now venting their anger. You hear people saying, God will punish this person, blah, blah, blah. You've forgotten when the person was, the kind of relationship you had with the person. So our relationship with people are always important. No matter their situation in life. You understand? It's always important to know how to treat people, no matter their situation in life. You don't know tomorrow, they always say, but principles are principles, and also giving respect to everybody is key. So, Charlton, life is not easy. When you realize the challenge, next question that always comes to mind is, so what do I do? What do I do? There are times thinking through what do I do is what opens the doors for people. That's how we are always advised to have vision in life. Because your vision determines what you should do. If you have a vision that by age 32, you have to buy your first car, you go and ask the price of the car. You realize, as for this car, unless c'est n'est pas possible, unless miracle, even my father generation car, but no, you've got to ask the price of the car. The question now becomes, what do I do so that I can afford this car? So that vision you have will now dictate to you what you should do and what you shouldn't do. And when you don't have any vision, and you go any direction. So back to the question, I hope it's answered. That 10%, take it out first before you spend the rest. You understand? At times, of course, maybe truth be told, times are hard. And based on the job, certain things, we have salary and we have allowance. So maybe instead of 10%, maybe you do 5%. You understand? But when you look genuinely at yourself, if I take out the 10%, how will the month go? Is it going to affect me? There are people who eat every lunch, they have chicken, their food with drink. Maybe if you take out the 10%, you have to sacrifice the drink and focus on the food only. And then maybe after some time, you realize, nah, the chicken too has to go. So now maybe instead of chicken, you go for egg. At time we can realize that, Charlie, the macaroni has to go. So maybe it will just be rice and egg. Your vision keeps you in check. You understand? Your vision keeps you in check. I thought I smashed all my goals at a certain age. I realized I didn't have any vision at that point in time again. But when I began, my wants and needs began to change. I realized I have so much to go back to the drawing board for. And that is life. We all make sacrifices. Maybe you are picking taxi, Uber, me pick Trotro. But if you take out the 10%, you realize the Uber is not yet time. Let me switch to Trotro. Let me be proud. But when you have the vision, you know that, okay, see, another good thing about the vision too is that you know that, okay, see, by 2 years' time, as for Trotro, not me. So you go and find out, talk to a mechanic, maybe one car is very cheap and very easy to maintain. They'll say, oh, maybe this car, if you're holding like 20,000, 30,000, you can afford it. And it's very easy to maintain. So the question then becomes, what can I do to get 30 or 40,000? My first financial goal I set, I think some friends were chatting. So it was a group chat. And somebody said 6 figures. And I was like, what is 6 figures? What are you referring to by 6 figures? And the person was like, if your bank balance, if you count it and it's 6 figures, then you are on track. So then I went to open my this thing to see my current state balance. And I was counting the figures. And I was like, hey, do we have people
With 6
6 figures?
Yes.
Somebody was talking of, oh, I'm at 6 figures, but I want to see, and I was like, hey. So these boys, some of them are 6 figures and things. So when I heard the thing and I saw my account balance, I wasn't happy. I was like, hey. So then my first goal was, me too, I have to see that 6 figures. Just through the chat, we were chatting, it was a WhatsApp group chat. But someone was saying that, hey, Charlie, you there right now, you are boss, so 6 figures and things. And I was like, oh, I hear small, we are trying. Then I asked, I thought it was like, maybe we call dollar, we say Benjamins. Example, use the slang language. I thought it was like, but it was like, oh no, when you look at your account balance and it's more than 6 figures or it's at least 6 figures, then I was like, okay. So when I counted I was like, wait there, 8 figures. So what do I do? So that was really my first financial goal, that I want to hit 6 figures. And I think with this, we'll go straight to start the day. So that was the first financial goal I set. But before we go to that, I think the last session, there was an argument, we were all sharing our opinion about savings and investment, blah, blah, we're arguing, finding out which one is good, and all those kind of things. So today I want to start off with that, savings and investment. I believe we are all Christians.
Yes.
Okay. So can somebody help me read Genesis 8:22?
Which of the versions?
Any version is fine.
While the earth remains, Genesis 8:22 from NKJV. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease. Amen.
Amen. This was the covenant of God with creation. And I personally believe this verse, it summarizes everything we experience on earth. God was making a promise to us that so long as the earth remains, seed time, harvest time, cold and heat, winter and summer, day and night shall not cease. All God was trying to is saying is, from my understanding, is that so long as this earth remains, there will be seed time and what? Harvest time. And there will also be what? Seasons of life. So if you're a believer, you keep asking God, why me? God, why me? Your answer is here. There are different stages in life. So maybe currently you are experiencing winter. Enjoy it and stop complaining. It's like Ghana, we only have 2 seasons. Rainy season and dry season. Which one do we enjoy most in Ghana?
Dry season.
Which one do we hate?
Rainy season.
The rainy season. So for this session, I'll use the rainy season and the dry season. When it rains, I don't know who in Ghana enjoys the rain, except maybe those who stay at East Legon and the well-developed communities. But when you stay where majority of us stay, when it rains, the road, basa, everything basa. So you need to pray that the rain should do what? Should stop. So maybe in life, maybe the stage you are is the rainy season. Life is beating you. Whatever you do, things are not working. But God is saying that so long as the earth remains, there will be the rainy season and the what? Dry season. So that is a bit form of hope that whatever you are going through or whatever you are experiencing, it will never last. It will definitely come to an end. So at times when I'm going through pain or something, what I used to motivate or encourage myself is that, oh, these too shall pass. These too shall what? Pass. So whether the suffering, whatever stage, process, whatever it is, you know these two shall what? Pass. So you go through it with joy and hope. Like whatever lessons there are to be learned. You know, every season of life, there are lessons to be learned. And when you learn those lessons, you will never come back to that season again. But when you miss the lesson to be learned, you can go and you come back to it again. That's the most painful part. You will say from grace to grass. In the creation of God, there's nothing like grace to grass. You cannot rise in God's process and then you come back and start again. At times, as preachers, maybe they'll tell you, oh, God, everything God does, there's a reason for everything. Give thanks. But the truth is, falling from grace to grass, God has no hand in it. It's because you jumped a season of life. So let's say somebody's parents, or let's say, for instance, let me use those who are gone, so that at least that one will be more, it won't be attack on anybody. Those who went for the adventure to see the Titanic, there were billionaires in it. So once they died, there was a billionaire and a son in it. They died. So whoever is the next, if the wife is not available, or maybe what is available, right from when the daddy was there, maybe the daddy will give him money to do things. But all of a sudden now, he has access to all the wealth. Without wisdom, what has happened? he has jumped a season of life. Right from a normal person going through the stages to straight to the new CEO of whatever company the father owns, and straight to the boss, access to millions of money. What will happen? If there's no wisdom in place, that person has jumped the season of life. And if he's not careful, he can lose it all and then come back to start from the beginning. One. But if that person realizes that where I am now is by favor, it's not due me. What do I do? Let me learn. It's like somebody doesn't come, lottery is dangerous. That's why lottery is dangerous. There are people who have won lottery and they've gone back to becoming poor. Somebody will win bet 100,000 cedis. The first thing, or 200,000, the first thing is, now the modern car is C300. Let me go and buy it. And because he has won the lottery, I'll win more. I'll win more. Life is to encourage you. The same way it beats you, the same way to encourage you. I'll win more. This money that I've won, maybe you can buy I'll use 190 to buy the Benz, or 180 or 150 to buy a car. The 50, let me put it aside. I'll use 10,000 to rent, and then another 10,000, let me go back to the betting. And then me too, I'm a human being. Let me chop some. By the time you realize all the money for betting is gone, the next thing is, let me borrow, let me sell this car. By the time you realize I sold the car, put all the money back into betting, and by the time you realize it's back to zero again. So whatever season you find yourself in life, be comfortable, be happy with it. But let me not say be comfortable, be grateful, be okay. But don't be comfortable, because you can do more to come out of that season. You just finished school. That is a season of life. After school, what's next? To get a job. You understand? That's one season of life. You get when you finish school, yours is to get a job. When you get a job, the next thing is to rise through the ranks. When you rise through the ranks, then doors will begin to do what? To open. If you want to jump the seasons of life, what do? You have to learn what each season of life entails. So maybe you don't want the rainy season to keep beating you. So what do? You know if there's a good drainage around, when the rain comes, it will do what? It will drain, it will go away. So what do? You dig the gutters or something so that you pray. So when maybe you want to jump, you want to stray from school, you want to go straight to managerial role. So maybe you have to learn what it takes. So when you're employed, let's say you've been employed into a bank as a teller. As soon as you start the work, the next thing is, what courses do I have to do to grow and upgrade? So one day you try and get access to the bank manager. And so he said, please, I want to have a conversation with you. What, now that I'm a teller or I'm a beginner, what courses do I need to do to go through the ranks? What will happen is, maybe 10 of you were employed as tellers. They are all happy with the current season of life. They are all tellers. They are happy. At least their heart desire has been what? Met. But you have been told at the mentorship class that at each season, don't be too comfortable, because you can do more. So after 3 months, 6 months, or 7 months of working, the next thing is, what is next? Then the manager will tell you, you can do your masters at the same time. I'm going to do ACCA courses, because those things are needed. So straight away, you go and enroll and start doing it. And then after 2 years of working, one day you see vacancy. They put the qualifications there. You are employed. By God's special grace, they take you because you had a And someone will be like, we all came together, but why is it that they've taken him as manager and they didn't take any of us? There was one particular situation the guy was compared as a guy that, did you meet the qualifications?
No.
He said no. And I said, this is not a matter of consideration or favor. The company is not for your father. And where the companies has systems and procedures, whoever owns the company has said that this position should be occupied by maybe somebody with a master's, somebody with a certificate. And the new person that came has it. But you that you've been there for 5 years, you don't have it. Why are you saying that they should consider you over the person? It's what? Systems. So it brings us to the savings and investment, seed time and harvest time. Savings is like your seed. But in today's society, the youth, we eat everything. We don't leave any. If we combine both. You see, God is a generous God. Whatever He gives you, He adds the seed to it. So for those who don't pay tithe or believe in tithe or whatever those kind of things, before even God made you available that money to you, He made provision for tithe. He made provision for seed. By today's world, it's by our own strength that we have what we have. So we will spend it all. We will spend the seed, we will spend the tithe, and we will spend the bread itself. We will consume it all. And then someone who has been, let me say, I'll use the same child thing. Someone who has been told in this class that life is ruthless. So whatever you have to do, maybe if you have to sacrifice a day's meal or do more, learn more skills so that you can have more seed. And then through the pain, he's gathering seed. And now a time comes, the seed become abundant. And then you say, hey, why me? Me anymore, we are the same age, but why is it that he is what? He is ahead or doing better. Savings is good, but the only way you can become rich is through, or let me not say rich, the only way your income can grow is through investment. So that was our challenge in the last class we were having. When we were arguing about it, I said, I was speaking about it, but I didn't. The savings is good. And the only way your savings or income can grow is through investment. Without investment, you can't grow your money. But how do you even get money for investment when you don't practice savings? So normally I always say I have 3 types of savings I encourage people to practice. Saving for emergency. Another time I said saving for saving's sake. You understand? Now I want to break all down because I didn't want to go in that session. It wasn't that day. That topic was supposed to be part of it. I just came up as a question. So today I wanted to discuss it a little. There are 3 types of savings I always encourage people to do. Save for emergency. 1. Save for investment. And then the third one, save for fun. What did I say? Save for emergency. Save for investment. And then save for fun. Don't be too boring. God didn't create you or not meant to come on this earth, work, die. Nah. That said, any money God gives you, He makes provision for all these things. You understand? Chop some.
Go for vacation.
Enjoy. Go for vacations. Vacation doesn't mean you board a plane and travel out of the country.
Dubai.
You can even go for vacation in the next village. 2 hours drive. Go and look for some village hut. Vacation is you doing something out of the ordinary. If you can afford vacation in a different country, brilliant. If you cannot, Ghana is still there. All that matters is change of environment. When you work, chop some. Nobody knows tomorrow. There are people who have worked, and today their uncles or nieces or nephews are the ones chopping the money. Because they are either on their hospital bed or they are dead. There are people that it was through their death before their family realized, whoa,
They had things.
just to put my dad was rich. And that one, if the dead could see and talk, they will regret. Because the kind of things that he that saved and made the money did not enjoy, and he sees the nest of kin or children doing, he'll be like, what? So now, the savings for investments, I said saving for emergency, saving for investment, and saving for fun. The reason why I always say people should practice this type of savings is it's not fun calling people for help. Oh, please, can you borrow me 500 cedis? Can you borrow me 1,000 cedis? Can you borrow me this? Yes, there are people who are saving. You understand? Not that they're living an irresponsible life. No, they are saving. But due to one of two things, they don't have access to their saving. Let's say somebody, instead of saving, I said 3 types of savings. Saving for emergency, saving for investment, saving for fun. But what they are doing is, these insurance schemes that are available now, as soon as the month ends, 500 CDs, I've forgotten the word for it. They've done standing order. 500 CDs, straight, it will go to the insurance company. It's good. They are saving for their future because they've been told that if you do 500 CDs every month or 300 CDs every month for 10 years or for 5 years, at the end of 5 years, your accumulated money would have been 15,000 CDs. But we are going to give you 45,000 or 35,000. So the profit on it is what? So every month, 500 CDs is what? Going. Because they've been told that, see, if you contribute 200 500 CDs every month, at the end of 10 years of contribution, total amount of money would have been maybe, let's say, 30,000, 30,000. But we are going to give you double. Whoa, that's good. Or see, if you do funeral policy for your parents every month, 300 CDs, should any emergency happen and you lose your parents, we are going to give you 50,000 CDs or 20,000 CDs. It's not a good thing. It's a good thing. So as soon as the month ends, I'm sharing practical things with you. 500 CDs or 400 CDs is going to Wealth Master. 300 CDs is going to funeral policy. And then with 200 CDs is going to education. So that person's salary is gone, or half is, a percentage of it is gone. The rest is what he lives on it day by day to take care of it. He knows, oh, maybe I'm earning 3,000 or 2,000. If I put this 1,000 now, with the 1,000 that is enough for me, I can buy my fuel and eat. Then now, out of the blue, there is emergency. He goes to the insurance companies. Please, I have an emergency. I need 1,000 cedis or 2,000, and they say, oh, if this thing needs to mature in 5 years or 3 years, after 3 years of contributing, that is when you can now do partial withdrawal. So at that point in time, his own money, but they said 3 years before you can even do partial. If you decide to close it now, you will lose 90% of the money. So wait. So now there is emergency, but there's no money. So he now has to start calling people or follow people to do what? To support. At that point in time, you are now in a rush, calling people, oh, please loan me money, please loan me money, please help me, please help me. Whilst you need the money. Investment is like dashing money to the future. You're not guaranteed of it. So, though it's a good thing, make sure you save for emergency. So let's say if it is 600 cedis you feel you can save. What I would do, always go to do that, after that 600 cedis, you can put 300 cedis away to your emergency saving fund. The other 300, you can put it away, you can put 200 away for investment. Or you can put 150 away for investment. And then the rest, you put some away for what? Fun. So what happens is, the saving for investment, when it accumulates to maybe 10,000 cedis, oh, instead of leaving 10,000 in my account, what can I invest it into? Should I go and buy a treasury bill? What do I do? Once the money accumulates, you don't know. Now it's 5,000 or 10,000. Leaving my 5,000 in the bank and there's no profit on it. Let me go and do what? Put it in something that will bring me profit. So would it be treasury bill or something? The saving for emergency too, you have a cutoff point. Or maybe I have 20,000 cedis. I'll be able to save 15 or 20. There's no emergency that will make me need 20,000 at a go. So let me withdraw a percentage of it, add it to the investment one, and then where do I invest it? Because you're starting over again. Do you get it? So when you do this type of savings, gradually you grow with it. But when other people that somebody has told me that he or she has been doing 500 cedis every month for the past 5 years now. I was like, whoa. So if you do 500 cedis every month for the past 5 months, and every month you be calling people, send me 100, send me 200, send me this. And you are going through challenges. He said, no. It will mature for the future. And I was like, what you eat today, you don't have. You are thinking of future. So it's good to invest, but then everything is by strategy. Those who are complaining about number one, men's good. They didn't know about this principle. Or many chose not to practice it. So somebody wakes up and realizes, I have 100,000 cedis in my account. I've been told if I bring any money I bring, I'll get 10% in a month. Quickly multiplies 10%, 100,000. How much should I get every month? 10,000. Straight away. Here is my 100,000.
Oh, yeah.
But he doesn't know that in everything is in portion. Okay, I have 100,000 as my savings. How much am I? Let me save 3,000 cedis for emergency. Let me take out 50,000 for investment. And the rest, let me put it there. So at least, even if the 50,000 goes and never comes back, you still what? Have something to depend and start life again. But when you carry the whole 100,000, as I was telling someone, I don't borrow money I cannot dash. So if I ask you to borrow you money and I give it to you, It's money that I know if you don't pay back,
I don't care.
it will affect me. But some of you, because you don't practice this principle, you are saving just for saving and the money is in your account. You don't know that this is my account, this money, a portion of it is for emergency, a portion of it is for fun, a portion of it is for investment. So somebody comes, oh, Tim, I want 5,000 cedis. Can you lend me? Oh, Tim looks at his account. I have 40,000. 5,000. He says you pay back in 1 month time or 2 months. Let me do what? Let me just give it out. And the question is, out of that 40,000 in his account, how much of it is for emergency? For him to know his actual money he has to spend. For instance, my savings for emergency, no matter who you are, no matter the situation, I'll never touch that money. We will all go and look for a different solution. You understand? We will all go and look for a different solution. Because that savings for emergency is to protect me and my family. So if I carry it for your emergency, and I keep saying, life is, I want a correct word to use, like, life has no mercy.
No.
There was a time that I carried money from my account savings and I gave it to someone. And I realized that this person wasn't paying. I kept chasing the person wasn't paying. But this person kept doing good, enjoying. So what I noticed was, he has his own savings. But for him to touch his savings, like. So when he was in urgent need of money, he kept asking, because you don't have wisdom. You don't know the purpose of your money. People do it. Somebody will go and stake lotto or soccer bet. You study, people will call you out of the blue. Somebody will call, oh please, I need 1,000 cedis urgently for something. Then the question is, what happened that you need 1,000 cedis urgently? Some will give you reasons that make sense and you are ready to support. Some you realize the excuse they'll be giving is not making, it doesn't add up. Somebody will tell you, oh, I have to pay my son's school fees. The question, you need to know you pay your son's school fees. I mean, when you see what people who borrow money from us, when you see what some of them use it for, you yourself, you will not even use that money for yourself. Somebody went to a nightclub and out of show off, he didn't budget for, but he realized because maybe he saw some girls there or people there that he wants to show off, he has gone to pay the bill of maybe 4,000 cedis. Now, he is feeling the pain of giving out that money in the night. So he wakes up and realizes, Charlie, how do I balance this pain? Okay, let me call Francis. Francis, can you book 500 cedis? That money you won't pay back. Can you borrow this? So maybe after calling 5 or 6 people, he has managed to borrow 2,000. He knows at least the 4,000 I lost, I've gotten 2,000 back. Or some we have what we call this one, I'll take you to school. I'll take you to school, it's the term we use. Maybe I'm only earning 5,000. And today take 200 cedis. Today take 400. Today take 300. So I can use 4 months to finish paying. Or do we go to school? He won't feel what he's paying. Are you getting it? He has paid, but he's not going to feel it. So I always encourage people, know why you are saving and why you have it. So that you will apply wisdom. If a leader knows that I'm saving for emergency and I'm saving to buy a car and then I'm saving for fun. If I come, please, I need 2,000. You now look at it. This 2,000, do I take it from the fund, the emergency, or the one for investment, or the one I'm saving for a car? You understand? So we should break down our savings. When you break it down, it helps you to do what? It helps you to plan well. I took savings serious because I said I've heard of 6 figures. So me too, I have to get to the 6 figures. So at that time, I activated saving galore. No spending, but not from. Just saving because I've heard of something called 6 figures. And the beauty of it is once you clock that financial goal, you realize it's sweet. So I want to go more. So that is our next top, the next thing. Have financial goals. And before we talk about that, do you have any questions? So are you all okay with the savings we spoke about? The saving for emergency, saving for investment, and then saving for fun. Are we all okay?
Yes.
Somebody asked me, so when are you traveling? I tell the person, if the money for traveling next becomes available even the next day after my recent trip, I'll take my bag off again, I go. So long as I get the money for fun off, I go. But there are times maybe you are saving for fun, but you realize, oh, the money I've been able to save is enough. Maybe let me buy a new phone. Let me buy something because I don't feel like traveling or something. But please, without the savings, trust me, there's no way you can. That's what I always say, seed time and harvest time. So when you save, that's your seed. And when you put that seed into investment, that will result in your what? Harvest. My first deal that I did, that made me get at least money to be, I was happy. I got the money to do that deal from my own savings. I didn't have to go and call. At times, maybe we have friends, we partner, we do deals. And when the profit comes, we do what? We split it. But at least this particular one, because I learned about saving how to meet a 6-figure target. And when the deal came, I was able to invest alone into it. All because I was practicing savings. So if you say, oh, Mama, if you want to take out your expenses before you take out your saving money, forget. It will remain a wish. Every money you get, always take out the saving aspect first. Before you move to what next you want to do. But if you want to finish your expenses before you take out your savings, forget. Unless maybe you are into business, that you always have to fund the business yourself. So when you get money, you are putting it back into the business. That is fine. Maybe a salary worker or something, the money comes in. Oh, I have to buy my hair. You know, money dictates. That's what many people don't know. Money dictates. Money will tell you what you should use it for. So if you don't have a plan in place, money will dictate to you. See how I'm looking. I'm looking wretched. See this car. How can I be driving this car? See the noise, see the body. But this is the car you've been driving for months, years. But all of a sudden you saw some 200,000 in your account. No, this car is not good. Look, my friends are even laughing at me. But this is a car you've been using for the past 2 years or 3 years, and it's been good, like taking you everywhere. But as soon as money comes and you don't have that money principle, it begins to dictate to you. See how we are squeezing now. See, how can I be driving at this hot sun, no air condition? No. I'll buy this car. I'll do this. See my hair. What do my friends say? No, I have to buy this Brazilian or human hair. Money dictates. So the way to turn the table around is to make sure we always have a breakdown. So when I get money, when I sort out my money for saving, money for investment, maybe money for fun out, and something is left, that one, whatever I use it for, I'm not bothered. So let me jump to something here. I think I forgot. About the investment aspect. What happens is if you save for investment, a time will come, any silly thing you do, it won't be your own money. It will be your profit taking care of it. I remember the last time I traveled that I touched my actual cash. It's profit that pays for it. So I want to buy something. What can I do with these savings? Maybe the thing is worth 20,000 cedis. What I always ask is, what can I use 20,000 cedis for? So that I get profit and use the profit to buy what I'm going to buy. The only time I will rush to buy something is maybe the thing is highly of importance that I need it. If not, what can I use the money for? And then the profit will do what? Will buy it. So let's say maybe I'm going to buy a car worth maybe 100,000 cedis or 200,000, 1,000. The question is, why not spend 40,000 on a good car and then put that 60,000 into an investment that maybe every month it will generate you like 3,000, 2,000. And within 1 year, by the time you realize the car you bought for 40,000, you are going to buy a car for 100,000. But you slash it to put half in investment, half into the car. Within 1 year, you realize the half you put into investment, you've gotten about 15,000 or 8,000 cedis profit, or 10,000 profit. Let me go for 2 years. By the time you realize within 2 years, you made about 8,000 cedis profit. Now the question then becomes, the car you are going to buy for 100,000, you use 50,000, and now you put 50 in investment. That 50 has generated you 30,000 in 2 years or 3 years. So in 3 years, what do you have? You have profits that can be maintaining the car. But typical black man will put all the 100,000 to buy the car because you want to feel good. And then now, when the month ends, we begin to complain. My income is not enough, so I'm going to workshop. I'm servicing the car. Mechanic is taking my money. You start doing unnecessary arguments. This thing is 1,000. Why are you telling me it's 1,002? You become an accountant. Everything you calculate is because it's coming from your actual money. But when it's coming from your profit, it doesn't hurt you that much. It doesn't hurt you that much. So that account is very important to save. If it's even 500 cedis, let me share one address I just started when by savings. Let's say I realize, okay, my colleagues buy me. Most of them didn't like to buy things cash. Okay, I realized that, okay, I had 10,000 cedis savings. Okay, I can buy phone for you. Pay me every month. So instead of the phone going for maybe 2,000 cedis, you pay 2,500 cedis and use 4 months to pay. You are happy because you are not buying it cash. You are paying it installment. But me too, I've realized that, okay, I've put 10,000 in it. So if that 10,000, I want to supply 5 people phone, and in 3 months, each of them is paying 500 cedis. In 3 months, how much have I made from 5 people? 2,500 cedis. So you put in 10,000. In 3 months, how much have you gotten as profit? 2,500. So if you go 6 months, how much? So now, 10,000, you have 5,000 in 6 months. So even if you are spending that one, you are chopping your mouth, you know your 10,000 is what? Still intact. So there are so many business ideas that you can always think of. And the good thing is there are people around you who will always need that service. Somebody will say, oh, can we all do business? Yes. Because we all have our different fields. Edna is selling Tom Brown. She won't sew. So I buy Tom Brown for her, which I'm sewing. Edna will buy from me. So we are rotating. And I'm selling credits. Yes, now we all buy credits from Momo. I mean, I'm selling credits. Momo is for you. 20 CDs, you get 19 CDs. I don't know if you're getting it. It always starts from the circle you have. And that is why it's important to practice savings. Because you can only invest when you, for instance, I don't want to say this if I confuse people. I'm one person, I never do treasury bill. I never do treasury bill. Not because it's not good, but it's because whatever, if it is 20,000, whatever the bank will give me after 1 year, or 3 months or 6 months, I have so many things I believe I can use it for, and I'll get times 5 of that. When you give your money to the bank for treasury bill or in your savings account, do you know what happens to it? They give it to the businessman as loan. The same loan that when you go, they'll tell you don't qualify for. Your treasury bill, they give it to others. So when the pensioners and things and people are attacking government, what happens is government is the one source of investment for Ghanaian banks. So when they take the money, instead of maybe investing it in the youth as loan for business, the safest way out for them is to loan it to government. Because no matter what, government to do what? Pay back. Government always needs money. Government goes outside the country, India, China, America, and things to go and loan money. So at times the loan is come from within the banks. When the bank takes the treasury of those money, just loan it to government. Easy job for them. So I believe that I have so many things that I can do. So I'll put my money into business. But at least, as I said, not everybody has that mentality or idea, so you can put it into treasury bill. But because at times I know yes I can lose the money, but I'm not bothered. Why am I not bothered? Because I have saving, I have money for my savings for emergency, and then savings for what? Investment. And investment is risky. Nobody will tell you investment is safe. It's not for jokers. As I said, spread your savings into 3 parts. So that when you have for emergency, you don't carry, people are saving, they don't have budget for it. So maybe they've saved 40,000 cedis. They carry all the 40,000 cedis and go and invest. A friend of mine is seriously broke, he needs money. But he has money. But what happened to his money? His money is locked up in bond. The bank was saying, oh, we'll pay this January. Now, oh, wait, we'll pay later. And I told him that when they pay that money, save some for emergencies and then put the rest into investment. So for those who are complaining, blah, blah, the money government is owing people, government will pay it back. Government will, even if this government doesn't pay, even in 5 years from now, whoever is in power will pay it. Because the treasury bill and bond is the safest form of investment. You will never lose that money. So don't be thinking of the profit alone, and then when you get the money, you push all into what? No. Spread the savings, and then when you spread the savings, when something happens, you are not so much bothered. Because let's say my money was 10,000 cedis. I divided it into three. Into three. 50% for emergency, 30% for investment, 20% for fun. And I lost the 30% for investment. You will cry, but you will learn wisdom. So next time you would know how to spend it. So please, do you have any questions?
Okay, so I have this thing. Okay, so assuming I'm saving, I want to start saving. And I've paid the maybe 50% in emergency, then 30 for investments, and 20 for fun. Then there is a very serious emergency that I need so much to settle that problem. But when I look at my savings for emergency, I realize that the amount there is very small and it can't cover the problem or something. Is it advisable to go into the money that I've saved for the investment? I've saved for the investments and fund, and I say you advise me to go and borrow money from somewhere in order to solve my problem.
If you have the money available, you've not invested it, if you invested it, you can retrieve it back. It's advisable to use it to go and solve the emergency. Because you are saying it's an emergency for you. In the first place, that is the reason why you are doing the savings. You have a savings for emergency and some for investment, some for other purpose. And now you've got an emergency, but what you have for your savings for emergency is not enough. And God being so good, what you put down for investment, you've not yet put it into any investment. Or even though you put it into an investment, it's possible to retrieve it. It's better to go for it and go and do what? Take care of that emergency than to go out there to borrow. There is something, but I don't want to say it here now, because I feel we'll be jumping the class. Somebody may get it wrong. There is something we call other people's money. So let's say you said have an emergency. The money in your emergency fund is not enough. But what you have for your investment, you have invested it into your investment. Maybe the investment will mature in maybe 4 months' time. You can borrow from someone that's a friend. If you have that rapport, maybe can you give me 2,000? At the end of 2 months, I'll give you 300 cedis as interest on it. But you know that your investment, you are going to get 1,000 cedis in 3 months' time. So if somebody is willing to borrow you the money, and you tell the person, I'll give you 400 cedis as interest in 3 months, that person will be happy. Not everybody does. People, let's say, people also have excess money, so they may want to support. But if nobody is willing to borrow you, and let's say that is life and death, the advisable thing to do is to do what? Go and take your money and do what? Solve your problem. In the first place, that is why you are saving. But if that emergency doesn't directly affect you, that is when I would say no. You understand? That is when I will say no. But if the emergency directly affects you, then of course, you are the priority. Let's say, God forbid, maybe your sister or yourself, it's a medical emergency and you need the money. At that point in time, that is the reason why you've been doing those savings. So even if you have to close that investment account and ask you to solve the problem, you do it because it concerns what? You. But if you ask him, maybe my friend is in emergency, so is it advisable that the money in my savings account, emergency saving fund, is not enough, so I want to add the investment to it. That one, I'll tell you, that at that point in time, your generosity is what counts. It's your personal decision. Do you get me? At that point in time, I cannot tell you do it or don't do it. But it is your generosity at that point that will count. But the question I also ask you is that if you withdraw all and give to the person, and tomorrow you are in need or have emergency tomorrow, what do you follow? It's better we both don't sink at the same time. At least one person has to sink, one has to rescue the other. So if I can sacrifice 50% to save you, I'll do it. But to sacrifice 100%, that one is your personal decision based on the rapport. But the mistakes at times we normally do is that don't do it because you feel, what if it was me? Let me do it so that maybe in case I'm also in that position one day, the person will come to my aid. That is what destroys friendship. Because when you sacrifice so much for a friend, and now it's your turn, and that person acts as if you've never done anything, then that's when you start feeling pain. But that is life. So always do what is advisable. Be principled. It is my duty as a person to know that at this age, to know that I need to surround myself with people. Let's say if I have an emergency right now and I pick up the phone, who can I call and within 10 minutes, I know I can get 20,000 cedis? If I don't have any such person on my phone, then that means that my circle I'm building is useless. I have to do what? Change it. Do you understand? You are not responsible for how other people live their life. Let's say you are sitting down here. You could have spent this time either watching a movie on Netflix or hanging out somewhere, but you are here seeking to learn knowledge, but somebody else is not. So if that knowledge benefits you and you use it to your advantage, why should you feel the guilt for somebody else who did not pay the price? So if the emergency directly affects you, of course, that is why you are doing it. But if it doesn't directly affect you, I don't believe in surrounding it all to help people. Because from my personal experience, I've done one of those things and I realized that people you surrender your all for, they always have. I don't know if it's by magic or what. Somebody is in dire need. You surrender everything to help the person. And then within 3-4 days, that person is doing something that you can't afford. And you ask yourself, hey, this person that I sacrificed so much for, what the person is even doing, I cannot do it. Do it. There was a point that I sacrificed to help a friend do his wedding. If I said when I saw the wedding,
Glamorous.
And if you start helping people, there are some patterns that you notice it becomes consistent. Oh, it's by God's grace. So I don't even know where the money came from. Oh, this car. My uncle be in America sent it to me. But when you're in need of money, that your uncle could not give you money, but he could give you a car. You couldn't call that your uncle that you're in dire need of 5,000 cedis. But that uncle will send you a car worth 200,000 cedis. So that is where I came to the realization that now you have to learn to put yourself first. I like to help people. I sacrifice so much to help people, but some of the bitter lessons is what I shared. As I said, put yourself first. So you heard me making reference to the fact that I will never touch my savings for emergency for you. Of course, if you have emergency, you call on me. I will help you. I'll help you to the best I can. But I wouldn't help you to the level that is going to have consequences on me. It's like a young guy who is in a relationship with a lady. Oh, I sacrificed to take her to school. And that is laughing. I'm sure I paid her school fees. I did this. Today, she says she no longer wants to marry me or be with me. Then it becomes, there is a colleague there, I wouldn't say a colleague, but there was a guy in our area growing up that we all grew up, but he was a mechanic. So he didn't go to school, so at least he started working early, so he was making money. One day I was there, somebody was telling me, oh, do you know now he's in jail? I was like, what do you mean? This guy is in jail. He said, oh, he stabbed the girlfriend and the girl died and he's in jail. And when I heard the story, what was the story? Whilst he was doing his body well, spraying and making money, he had gone for a nice looking Legon girl. And he was pumping the money, taking care of everything. Now when the girl had finished uni, the girl felt like she could no longer be with him. And argument, anger, and by mistake, the worst happened. At times, human beings don't decide to be evil or to be wicked. It is, we all grow. Circumstances change in life. So whenever you are doing something, do it out of generosity and love, not because you want something in return. If you are doing it out of generosity and love, when is your time, God to provide you the helper. So whenever I'm helping people now, I don't do it because if tomorrow maybe Elizabeth will remember me and say, this guy was helping us, let me also help him. No. It is God that will provide me a helper when it's my time of need. So always have that in mind. Whenever you are being generous, the question is, are you being generous because you want a favor back? Or you are being generous because it's good to be generous? If it's good to be generous, then that one there are no regrets. I can help you today and forget about it. Because I was just being generous. So even though you're making fun of me or you're taking advantage of me, I'm not bothered. Because I helped you out of my free will. It is when I sacrifice to help you, that is where it becomes a problem. Somebody will say, oh, but I asked you for 2,000 cedis. You told me you didn't have it, but I let you traveled. How does it? You understand? People, let me share a real life story with you. I put on my status some time back, I think about 3 or 4 years ago. I was like, it's good to help people. Offer help to your brothers. Like if you can, help people. And one guy that I know, but we are not in touch communication, the ages I heard from him replied that, is it that today God has blessed you, so you have the circle of people you roll with, you rich people, you're all the same. I was like, where from this attack? By chance, have you ever, like, you ask me for any help and I do not, like, you ask me for help and I can't, I won't. I was like, oh, you're all the same. No, I was like, you're somebody I've never heard of from, like, years. Out of nowhere, because my status I'm saying help people, so you're attacking me that, do I help you people? Do I help people? So, 2 weeks after that, he called me. He needed loan to do something. At the point in time he called me, I was also in a fix. I needed money urgently for something. I was like, the way this guy attacked me, he will say, I said it just for me for this guy, they're all the same. So I sacrificed what I wanted to do and gave the money to him. His open was simple. Oh, I'm doing this and this for someone, and I need a balance to pay it off so that I can hand it over and the person will refund my balance to me. So if you can loan me the money and I do it today, Monday, latest by Wednesday or Thursday, I'll hand over the person who paid me back.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, no problem. I gave the money to him. 1 week came, no call. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. And anytime somebody's owing you, and one day out of the blue they text you, please, your money I have not forgotten. Know that he is telling you, I have forgotten. So out of the blue, like after a month or so, he texted me, and then your money I have not forgotten. No. I said, okay. So like 2 months gone, he didn't pay. So one day he came to chat to me. Oh, how are you? Oh, did you know that money I have not forgotten? No, please, I'll refund. But how much is it a year? I tell him, said, okay. Do you know what? Send me this and add it to my bill. I have to sort some emergency. I have to sort something urgent out. I read the message and I was like, He said I should loan him other money and add it to his bill. And I was like, I'm at a restaurant. That I should add it to his bill. I just ignored it and then replied. What am I saying? If you sacrifice for people, you can pay the price, dear price for it. So when it comes to such things, at least when you're helping people, know that you're doing it out of love, not out of return. If somebody comes to help to your own capacity, at least the Bible didn't say we should love our neighbor more than ourselves. You understand? So that is it. Any question? Elizabeth, are you okay?
Oh, yes.
I have a question, but it's not in, it's not related to the investment. So when I walked in, you were talking about, I heard a line where you made mention of volunteering. And my question is, in scenarios where you are willing to volunteer, there's a skill you want to learn, and obviously this person you want to learn from is going to waste your time. So say Edna learns from you, and there's a way you taught her, maybe what was supposed to be learned in 2 months, you taught her in 8 months. Now I want to learn from Edna. She says, oh, because of this, how I learned the same thing, I will do it. So when you start seeing those, how do you recognize? I don't know if the question is put properly. Time wasting.
Well, that question is a bit tricky, but I'll answer it in 2 portions. There are people there are different ways of teaching people. You get it? Let's say you want to learn from me. Maybe do this. I want you to practical. I want you to practical. I want you to scenario. Someone wanted to learn from me or work with me. So maybe I'll call the person will call me and say, do this. Do this. Do this. The person will not do it. The person will not do it. Then like 3 months or 2 months down the line, you just don't want to help me. Like, I want to learn work from you. You just don't, you're not willing to help, blah, blah. Do this, we keep going. So maybe after like 8 months down the line, and I ask the person, I say, I want to ask some questions. Do I give you money? I was like, oh, of course you do. I was like, okay, 2. So what then is your problem? When I said do this, I just want to see your seriousness. But if because what I'm saying you should do it's not in line with what you think you are ready to learn, so you didn't do it. So because of that, you feel I wasn't ready to help you. I was like, no, it doesn't work that way. Because what you want to learn from me requires discipline. And all what I was doing was to see if you have the discipline to learn it or not. If you didn't have the discipline, I wouldn't waste my time. Because once I teach you or allow you to get close to what I'm doing, and you don't have the discipline, you can ruin it and it will affect me as well. So all I wanted to see was your discipline. And the answer was but you should have told me. I was like, no, you don't choose what I do or what I tell you. So it's like me saying, don't eat late for 2 months and I'll give you 500,000 cedis. If I say that one, or if I say lose weight, I'll give you 500,000 cedis. You will do all things to lose the weight. But if I say just lose weight, and then after 3 months I come and tell you when I told you to lose weight in 3 months, if you had done it, my plan was to give you this car. And then you'd be like, why didn't you tell me? So that is one aspect. 2, yes, there are people who are just time wasters. But to figure it out, you have to know that maybe, is this person truly teaching me something? Or am I learning something? People have reasons why they do things. Someone is there, maybe he realized that you are on a fast lane, and that fast lane is not good for you, or it's not good for the field you want to go into. So he will try to slow you down, but he may not tell you. He will just be guiding you. So somebody asked me, he wants to ignore someone, whenever other person, that when you call the person pay. He said, yes, next time I call, he pays. And I said, then that is a sign of blessing. Because someone doesn't want to mind you. If you call, the person will not even pick your call. But if he's always responding to your calls, that means he's available. So maybe humble yourself and see what to do, what will come out of it. So at times, I believe we should have a time frame. Maybe what you are going to learn from this person, you think within 2 months, you should be able to finish learning it. But it's been 4 months and you still not learned anything. Maybe you can give yourself a duration that, maybe if in 6 months, this guy doesn't start teaching me, I have to look also, but maybe he's not ready to do what? To teach. I don't know if you get it. Because people have various reasons why when they do things. Somebody wouldn't just want to let you in. Let's say a colleague was telling me about a service, the voluntary service they are doing for a company. And they were like, they are teaching that thing, but the main core work, they are not letting us do that aspect. I was like, yes, because that is more of security and that is the core of their company. So you don't expect that within 6 months, 8 months, 4 months, they will just give you access to the core of their company. So it depends. Let's say maybe you want to learn how to build websites and you are volunteering from somewhere and it's been 1 month, even he has not taught you 1 line of coding. That when you know this person is just not ready to do what? To teach. But maybe when you go, do this, Google this for me, how to decode something, how to do something. Maybe he's teaching you, I remember this movie, I forgot, I don't know if is it Jackie Chan and Will Smith's son? I forgot the movie. Will Smith's son wanted to learn how to fight Karate Kid. Every day he goes, what's Taki-chan? Yeah, me too. He tells him to do something. One day the kid got angry that he won't go again because he is there to learn how to fight. And when he comes, you're either telling him to push a car, clean a car, or do something. One day he's gonna know. All the things I was telling you to do, they were all going to help you learn what. We want to see if you have the discipline. So those things is a bit dicey. When people come, and let's say for instance, the people who come to me, or let's say at the office, the people who come on board to work with us, I don't just open up. Some of them, it takes about 2 years or 1.5 years before I finally give them access to certain things. Do you get it? But the question is that, are you still coming to work and being paid? Yes, then it's your home. You want to learn work. If somebody is wasting his money and he's just paying you, your own is to either the person not paying you. If maybe the person tells you that you're supposed to be working 8 hours, but you're working only 4 hours, that's like I'm paying you half. That's why you have a problem. The person is paying you full. You just have to keep going. Maybe the person knows why he or she is taking you through that step. So maybe you are volunteering for a company. They've not signed you. They are still allowing you to come. Or the person still gives you access to him. It's about humility. It's like musicians. Some of them will tell you, I've served this producer, I've cleaned his house, I've pounded fufu, I've done this thing for them. It was after 2 years before they gave me access to studio. Yes, those old mentalities, some of them don't work now. In the past, some will tell you they have to serve the producer for like 3 years before they had access to, because they said the same thing they were put through. So they too, they want to put you through the same thing. But the key focus is always ask yourself, are you learning anything new? That is a key thing. Are you learning anything new? If you're not learning anything new, and all you do is to sit down idle, doing nothing, that is where you have a problem that, I want to learn this thing, and for the past 4 months, all I do is when I come, I'll sit in the waiting area, I'll sit down, stare into the air, and then I do what? I get up and leave. There are times too, you can have the honest conversation. Maybe you come home, I want to learn how to code. Is it possible that I can learn it within 3 months? The person will tell you no, maybe 1 year. Do you get it? The person will be so. When it comes to volunteering and learning from people, everybody have their different strategies they use. If the person has conscience, unless you are not open, if you tell me maybe you want to learn how to Photoshop, and 6 months I've still not taught you anything, of course I have conscience. Do you get it? I have conscience. Maybe 1 year you can know now this person is just going to waste my time. Let me look for, and of course there are time wasters. People who use you for their own advantage. But it's not part of the race of life. So when you're volunteering or when you want to learn from people, don't set your own deadline. Don't be in a haste to set your own deadline. But at least give it time. Any question? Any question? I want us to do something. So maybe we will do some 20 minutes activity. You should have financial goals. You see, the benefit of financial goals is that it helps you to save and also work hard. A life without goals is a life that is lived anyhow. So the same way when you are in life, why do you wake up and go to work? Why are you stressing yourself? Why are you telling that when you're coming to this place, you didn't see nice things on the road that you wished were for you? It's possible. I told you that when I heard my friends chatting on the page and they told about 6 figures, that became my first financial goal. And it helped me a lot. It helped me a lot because when I didn't know about that, I was just living anyhow. But when I learned about it, I'm like, oh, I also want to be there. After breaking it, you realize it gives you the strength to do more. So let's say your first financial goal, maybe it has to be realistic, very realistic. Maybe let's say an amount you've never seen in your account. An amount you've never seen. Maybe the highest amount you've seen in your account is always 1,000 or 2,000. But one day, let's say those who are working, right? Once in a while, let's say, go and print your bank statement for like 1 year. And you realize that the amount of money that has passed through it. Now ask yourself the question, what did I do with this money? There are times it's easy to say, my salary is not enough, I'm not making enough, I'm not earning enough. But once in a while, just print your, maybe in case they pay you through their salary account, or maybe whatever money you be earning, just sit there and say, for the past 8 months or 10 months or 6 months, let's say 5, we are in July, first half of the year is gone, second half is about to start. Reflect upon it that, okay, let me go and print my bank statement if I'm being paid salary. Now, let me ask myself, let's say I'm being paid 2,000 or 1,500 or even 1,000. For 6 months, that's 6,000 cedis. 6,000 cedis, but maybe your account balance is 200 cedis, 300 cedis. So the question you ask is, what happened to the 6,000 in 6 months? Maybe you realize, oh, that's 6,000 in 6 months. I have 2,000 in savings. I have 1,000 in investment or something. Then you know you are on track. But when you see that, you realize that's 6,000, no savings. Maybe the fact that is left in the account is your savings. So the question is, what happened to the money? What happened to the money? What happened to the money? Do you get it? What happened to the money? That's when you realize there are so many mistakes you are doing. When I set my first financial goal, I was like, when I saw the amount of money, like let's say I've been spending, I said that, where is all this money? Why am I always broke? Why am I always thinking of? And I realized, no, self-discipline and financial discipline needs to do what? Come in. And once that sets in, trust me, when you start achieving it, it gives you some fulfillment and some joy. Let's say you wake up one day and you realize, never again in my life do I have to take phone and call somebody to borrow me 2,000 cedis. Do you enjoy it to give to you? Maybe at first, right now, maybe something comes and you need 500 cedis or 800 cedis. You have to take phone to call friends to borrow, and then you pay back small. But you realize, now if I need 1,000 or 2,000, I can walk to the bank myself and go and withdraw it. God, you'll be happy and you feel like doing more. So let's set financial goals. All of you should have financial goals. When you have financial goals, it helps you build your financial life. Maybe maybe the highest amount I've seen in my account is 1,500. But I want to see 3,000 or 4,000 lying in my account that I don't need. You understand? That I don't need. Once you set it, whatever it will take for you to achieve it, you will do it. I remember I set a financial goal that I want to see 5,000 cedis in my account. Because I had never seen 5,000 cedis sitting there in my account. It was like there was always use for the money. But when I went to print my statement, the money that was brought to the account was a lot. So how come I can't boast of 5,000 cedis? If I need unless I have to make phone calls to see if I can borrow and pay small. I was like, what is this? Every day money was going, especially I said money dictates to people. So when I said I want to see 5,000 in my account, come and see the discipline. If I have 2,000, before I spend it, I'm thinking twice. Should I? Because 5,000 was the goal. So I wanted more. The first time I hit the 5,000, within 24 hours, slashed down. I said, what is this? But small, I said, I smashed it. I said, right now, I'm seeing 5,000. Let me go to 10. I saw 10. I was happy. I was like, So now I feel, this financial, like 5,000 that I can see it in my account. No need for me to go and take phone to call somebody that borrow me 1,000, borrow me 2,000, borrow me 3,000. Because right now I can see 10,000 cedis in my account that if I walk to the bank right now, I can withdraw. And bear in mind, I was spending more than that or doing this more than that. So it was like, because there was no goal, money always had a use for me to use it for buy this, do this. So when I heard of the 6 figures, I said, hey, 2, 3 figures, and I'm smiling. And people are talking of 6 figures. Nah, that means whatever I'm doing, I have to do it more. So right now I was in a race to get the 6 figures. And when I hit it, I was like, whoa, it's possible. The first time when I heard of it, I said, Kai. But when I set it as a target, because when I set 5,000, I was able to do it. When I set it, I was able to do it. I had the courage that if I've been able to do this, I can do this as well. And when I hit the 6 figures mark too, I was like, whoa, it is possible. All you need is to have the financial goals. And since the time I set the financial goal, I'm able to do it, meet it. Because whatever it took me to hit the first one is the same thing you repeat to hit the second one, it will happen. The same thing applies to success in life. Whatever it took you to achieve one success, let's say you passed an exams, a success. The same thing you have to repeat to pass other exams. So that's the dangers of shortcuts. Those who cut corners. Somebody had to go and date a big man. If I'm not saying it's bad, we want to date. But when you cut corners and the time comes for you to face your own reality, you'll be left stranded. As I was telling someone that I can never be broke or poor. And the person was speaking, I said, I can never be poor. I can never be broke. Because I know how to make money because I went through the process. So if I'm to start all over again, all I have to do, I won't stress. All the things I did, all I have to do is to repeat them again. And once I repeat them, the same results will be achieved. So please, set financial goals. I'll be happy if we all set financial goal from now. So you can see on the second paper, there's financial goal there. On that paper, you see financial goal. you see financial goal, and the target is from now to December. From now to December. You can take your time, don't write it here. You can take a, at the first class we had a form we all filled, but this one is special. We've taken out this for a purpose. You can see we have spiritual goal there, health goal, financial goal, personal goal. Spiritual goal because you need God. No matter your work in life now, like your work with God or spirituality, you can always do better. So whatever you are doing now, what goal can you set to go further? Maybe you don't do morning devotion, maybe you don't pray, maybe you're the once in a month church goer. It can be your goal that right now I want to go to church 3 times in a month or 2 times in a month. Goals are not to be rushed. Maybe you go to church twice a year. I want to do 10 a year. Gradually you go. When you jump from right now, I don't want to miss church forever. You will miss it. So it's gradual. Gradual. Elizabeth, don't get right. You want 50,000 by the first. And so think of it. Set your spiritual goal. Now, I put the spiritual goal first because trust me, in everything you need God. It is God that makes it possible. This financial goal, savings, all the things we are talking about, without God, it's not possible. Because it's God that makes it possible, multiplies it, gives you the wisdom and the strength to know what to think and to do. And one of the things that can ruin your life, or let's say no matter how rich you are, one thing that can make you poor within seconds is your health.
Yes.
When I hear people talking about money, I laugh. When you pray for health, don't pray for money. Because money you can always get. But health, when it's going, it's gone.
Yeah.
Money you can always get. But health, when you die today, that's the end of the road. So I always tell people, all I pray for is good health. I don't pray for money. Because money you can always get. But health, as you are growing older, you can't grow younger. And as you are growing older, then you start some of the irresponsible decisions you took in the youth. It starts to pay you back. So take your health serious. Take your health serious. When you set goals, at first I could go 3 months, 2 months without any exercise. But at least when I started setting goals that maybe in a week, if I don't rest as crap, maybe that's for that 3 times, 30 minutes, I have to do some serious work. I've been able to meet it for a long time now. So now it's time to set a new health goal. We all need it. Set a new health goal. And then maybe we come to the financial goal. Now I've already talking about it. Money you don't see.
Please, I have a question on financial.
Okay.
How do you set a financial goal when you have no source of income? So does it mean from July to December? I'm a student, so does it mean I'm going to imagine things and then put it down, or like I want to see
Okay,
how
so now
realistic I can.
good. As you said, you are a student. You said, as you said, you are a no. As you said, you're a student. You don't have any income. If somebody is taking care of you, no matter how somebody is taking care of you, at least you still are being given money to go to school. So maybe when they give you the money for school, you spend all of it on food, snack, or whatever. So maybe you decide that okay, henceforth, maybe every month, out of the money I'm being given, I want to save 100 cedis. Because I'm a student. That's the easier part. Now, secondly, okay, I want to start making 200 cedis every month. So what can I do as a student to get 200 cedis every month? That becomes the challenge or task you have to find a solution to. And by so doing, you realize that there are potentials around you that you are not tapping. Let me see your hand. No, this one, the left one. It's the left hand, right?
Yes.
They're wearing beads. What is the gift or you bought it?
I bought it.
With what? So, do you like wearing it?
Yes, I do.
So that's the same way that other students too may like wearing it. So maybe should I design beads and start selling? It takes just maybe 1 week to learn how to make beads. And in class or on campus, you can be selling it to your friends. You understand? So if you start learning how to set those goals from now, I want to make 200 CDs every month. So okay, you start thinking, what can I do? Can I sell on campus? Can I do this? Can I do something? Somebody may make fun or you may feel shy or something, but you are learning how to face reality from now. And who knows, that thing you may start from doing on campus may become a business that you channel all your energy into after school. There are graduates today who are selling pure water or they've opened coconut company and they're selling coconuts. It's all about the financial goals. If you think, see that and think, don't say, oh, maybe should I go and learn how to braid hair? All my students on campus are braiding hair and stuff. Let me go and learn how to braid hair and I'll tell them, oh, I know how to braid hair. I can be coming to braid hair for you in your hostels. Do you get it? So your financial goals teaches you what to do, so long as you are serious. I want us to have practical results. The mentorship class should not be about talking. We need to start seeing results. So that's how come we have this paper. So that by December, at least, if I see you, you can say, thank you, God bless you. Because of this mentorship class, I've been able to achieve this goal or this. As for the talking, trust me, by the time you even get home, you forget. That's how come we are recording now. So that we'll make it available. You can replay or watch it later. But the goals are important. And I want all of us to give our best to it. So if you see that and think, what can I do? So let's say we set a goal that every month I want to make extra 300 CDs. Now that's a challenge. What can I do to get 300 CDs every month? Start thinking of it. Start talking to people. I'm on campus. What can I do? What can I do? So with that mentality, by the time you finish school, you know what will happen to you. You're already an entrepreneur. You know how to make money. That's like I use the word that I can never be poor. Because these same steps has taught me how to generate money. So because of that, all I have to do is go back to the drawing board and see what to do. So imagine you start now and you're able to make it. At first, you've not thought of it, but now you realize that, hey, every month, my goal is to make 200 CDs. What do I do? It's not time to be lazy. So instead of smartphone watching or playing, then you have to go and do what? Learn how to either braid hair. I went to learn how to sew. When I started now, and then job volume, a new job came, I let it go. But it's there. If in case things are not going well, I'll go back to it. I want to learn how to barber. I want to learn how to sew. It's all what brings money. So when I need it, I'll do what? I'll pick it up. I think yesterday I said something to Edna. What was it about? I said what? Monday, make a phone call.
Yeah.
I want to forklift, how to drive it. No, it's all when I started new financial goals, I was like, let me go and learn how to be a forklift driver. Do I need it now? No. That's what preparation does. In case one day I may need it, I've already learned it, I already know it. All I have to do is to go and practice it. So when I tell you that I can never be poor, what am I trying to say? I'm putting myself in place that what to feed myself, I'll always get. So if I know how to do it, if I'm a forklift driver, and tomorrow there's no work, all I have to do is go around, Go and look for that forklift, how to sew or how to barber, because I've already done what? Learned them. So you're on campus, you can learn how to braid hair. You can learn how to do beads. You can learn how to do beads on slippers. Anything, and go around and be selling it to your friends. 30 cities, 40 cities. Maybe you realize that, okay, if you sell to 20 people, you can make 200 cities profit. Then you do what? You sell it. So that is your tax. You have to figure it out and set that goal.
You are not
And then-
using imaginary amount of budget.
Let it go be realistic. Maybe the highest amount of money you'll be making a month is 1,500 or 1,000. Not gonna put financial goal there by December 50,000. Miracles don't happen that way. I want us to be realistic. Set realistic financial goals. Set realistic financial goals. At least something to improve upon your current level. Maybe the highest you've ever seen in your account is maybe 10,000 cedis. So from now to December, you want to see 20,000. And then you break it down, meaning every month you have to be able to generate 2,000 or 1,500. So then it starts from now. When you set a financial goal, break it down to monthly basis. If you say you are waiting till December will come, you give me stories
I didn't do it.
that I thought I could achieve in December. No. So by July ending, the financial goals, we have to start meeting them. So let it be realistic. And then personal goal.
So if your strategy does not permit you to see what you will be, okay, I think
No, ask the question.
because I have a target that I want to achieve by December, but the strategy I want to use in meeting it, I is on the blind side. I don't want to see it. So I wouldn't know maybe the amount I'm putting aside at the end of the month, but I can only know when we have gotten to December and I have opened my mental box. That is only when I can know that if I have met it or not. But I think when I was about to answer the question, what came into my mind is, whilst I'm putting away, maybe I can record it so that I can know the amount I'll be able to put away at the end of the month. That is why I wanted to put.
Okay, so what we are trying to focus on is like extra kind of like income. Do you get it? You are saying, from what I said, you are talking about Susu. Susu is savings. We want extra source of income.
Financial.
I don't want maybe I need to come and tell me that financial goal increase in salary. We want something different. Do you get it? Or you tell me, oh, you are praying that your financial goal is that you will get salary increase by December. So that means your money will grow. No. What more can you do apart from what you are doing now that can fetch you something? Fine. It may be that maybe you are going to tighten your belt to do more savings. If you cannot think of anything new to do, then that means you are going to do what? Tighten your savings. So maybe if you eat 3 times a day, maybe you practice the new system in Ghana, either 011, 101, or 001, just to meet your financial goal. Because the whole idea behind it is to see a growth in our finances before the end of the year. Let's say every year I have some kind of financial goals. Maybe by December, let's say my church, I know December we do harvest. So right from beginning of the year, I have a target how much I want to do what? To give. So right from beginning of the year, I start planning towards it. So that is one of my financial goals. So secondly also, I know, okay, maybe this is how much I've been making or I've been getting. Right now, I want to make more. I want to grow. So what do I do? That means more work, or what else do I do? Thinking, more investment, more other thing comes on board. So these are all goals I do what I set. And God being so good, so long as you set it as a goal and you put it on paper, what I notice is it's always manifest. The how I cannot tell you, but once you make it a goal and you put it on paper and you put in the effort, it always manifests. In the beginning, we were talking about food when I said the financial goal. I started a travel and tour company before Corona. And then during Corona, I stopped. This year, I said, oh, we have to go back. Why? Because I've set a new financial goal and I feel like, okay, to meet the new financial goal, I need to start or do a different work. So what I thought of, okay, let me go back to the travel and tour we did what we stopped and let's start it again. Why I started it, I've met that goal and after Corona, I didn't want to. But now, because of the new financial goals I have in place, what do I have to do? I have to go back to it. Do you get it? We need a financial goal and then personal goal. We need personal goal too in terms of growth. After that, we spoke in the last class, self-improvement. 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 At least what is there? Yes, you can answer them now. As we are discussing, if you can answer, you can start writing.
Okay, so I've seen you said there are 3 columns. One for the
If you want to write more, you have more space.
Hey.
These columns are for writing. If you want to write more, you have more work to do.
But the maximum should be how?
Now it depends on you.
Hey.
At least we will use it later on, one-on-one, to see if we are making progress or not, or if we've made progress or not.
And we can answer this one.
Yes.
No names or no names.
You will keep it for now.
You should write there.
After this one, we'll discuss it if we are not going to discuss it today. Maybe another. We'll answer it and we'll discuss it. This is what we may take back. Or we may not take it back, but you keep it, and then anytime we meet, when I have one-on-one, we will use it. If I sit down, maybe I sit down one-on-one with you, maybe when a guest mentor comes around and we sit down one-on-one, maybe you have a discussion with you. There's a form we all fill. We'll use that one against this one to see if you are making progress. The whole goal is to make progress. So if you are not making progress, then we see how to help you make progress. So at least it will be like the goal of the mentorship class is to see progress. So if after going through it, there's no progress, that means that we've not. But the progress can only be achieved based on what you want to achieve. Based on what you want to achieve. So as for this, I would even want us to fill it now This one, we can take our time and fill it at home because and keep it well. We would put your name on it. We will be doing one-on-one sessions and then we discuss it. So the personal goal is just, well, maybe let's say right now, maybe let me say somebody you are there, you are quick-tempered, but you want to say you look out to be quick-tempered. Maybe you are not here, you like procrastination. You want to stop it. So it can be a personal goal. The personal goal has to do directly with you. Maybe you're a bad person. Don't start becoming a good person. Whatever it is that you think you want to change about yourself, that one can fit into the personal goal. As for this one, we'll be discussing it before right now, so that's what we'll do. What are you grateful for? Like, put it, what are you grateful for? You put it there, we'll discuss it. You know, first half of the year is gone. Today marks the second half of the year. What are you grateful for? Put it there so that we'll discuss it. We'll all discuss it. Please, you all have pens. Then we should all be writing. Those who are not writing, they're not grateful for anything. If you can fill the rest too as well, be filling it. Why if you are not there yet? Then, what do you think is your major barrier in life? What do you think is your major barrier in life? What do you think is if taking off you can progress? Like what do you think is being a barrier in your life? Oh, or we should still wait. Or if you can fill the rest, please go ahead though. Number 4 is, what do you think should happen before things will go the way you want it to? Please, let's take our time in filling it. Are you finished? Fast.
Hey. Hey, I'm joking. I am joking.
No, take your time. Just write what you.
Wow.
These are some exams. You know, the number 4, what do you think should happen before things will go the way you want it to? You know, some people will say, oh, if my uncle in America decides to remember me, somebody will say, if my uncle, if my family like this, what do you think should happen before things will go the way you want it to? Then number 5 is, what will you consider your greatest achievement at your current stage? Maybe you are 25, maybe you are 19, maybe you are 20. What will you consider as your greatest achievement at your current stage? So maybe the students will say nothing because I'm a student. So that will challenge you that imagine that maybe your greatest achievement now is that you've learned 2 skills apart from school. So depending on what you write there, if you think it doesn't go well, that is a food for thought, like a wake-up call to say, I need to have things I can celebrate. If you feel there's nothing to celebrate, then that's a wake-up call to ask yourself, what things can I do that I can start considering as my greatest achievement at the current stage? You are in an office. All you do is to go to work, come home, go to work, come home, go to work, come home. So ask yourself, what's the achievement what impact? If there's none, then it's a wake-up call for you to start seeing what you can do. Or maybe because of me, now we have a very uniform office. Now things are organized because of people come to work. Like, I mean, what can you say is an achievement? Somebody will say, right now, I have learned a new skill. I know how to speak French. I know how to do this. I know how to do this. I've learned a new skill. There was a point in time that my birth certificate and passport was my greatest achievement. When I had it, I was happy. The whole night I was looking at it. So today, me too, I have a passport.
So it's not just me.
No, it's an achievement.
I open it every day.
It's an achievement. Because at first, I didn't have one.
I have lived
So, this is why I keep saying goals are important. You will laugh over it when one day you move. Like me saying, my first financial goal was 5,000 cities. Somebody has for you, you say, but that was a goal for me. I was happy. Some years back, that was a goal for me. Some years back, the good thing about it is that you feel proud that you said you would do something and you did it. Do you get it? You said you would do something and you did it. They were talking about faith, or let's say how, for instance, let's say maybe you don't know how to drive, but you get up, go to the driving school, you go and learn how to drive. How can God answer your prayers? You say you are praying that God, I want to travel, God, I want to travel. But you yourself, you've not taken the first step to even the means of travel, which is passport. You don't have one. How is God going to answer that prayer? When I learned my first driving, there was no car I had in mind I was going to use. But what I knew was, if you preparation meets opportunity. If you prepare for it, the opportunity will come. When I went to the driving school, within 10 days, instead of my bought the car, she doesn't know how to drive. So imagine how this started. At that point in time, the car will stay home. Strangers will come and do what? Taking it. So I drove it that car till she knew how to drive. Then, as I know how to drive, another car was available. Moved to it. But if I was saying that, even if I'm going to learn how to drive, whose car am I going to drive? Preparation means opportunity. So it was an achievement. The first day I drove alone, it was another achievement. Biggest achievement for me. Me alone. Driving. Nobody by me. I went to town, came back all alone. It felt good. At that point in time, it felt like I achieved everything in the world. The first time I bought a TV, that whole month, I never stopped talking about it. Anybody that calls me, we are talking now, I say, hey, I bought a TV. These were things that were available on a silver platter, but they were being provided for. So now that you can provide it for yourself, it came with joy. And what happens is, you see how I'm talking about my achievement one at a time. What happens is, once you having it, having all the time, it gives you the energy to do more. The energy to do more. Then after the TV, I bought a fridge. Young man, starting life. One day, I went to the hospital. When I came out, I was laughing. I called my mom and I was laughing. Asked me why I was laughing. When I went, I paid, the bills were expensive, but I paid everything myself. I didn't call my mom or my sister for money. I paid it all by myself. So when I came out, I was like, hey, did I just pay my own hospital bills? Oh, I'm doing well. Instead of making me feel proud as a man. These are all achievements. You celebrate it. Then now you go on. What is the next achievement? Instead of driving other people's car, then I bought my own car. That one, another achievement, happiness. Then through that, it's been breaking one record, breaking one, achieving one. Then you are standing where you are standing now. So at every point in time, there should be something you consider as your greatest achievement at that stage. Why do you want to
I want to know what to write.
Then, then number 6 is, what more do you think you can achieve in life? You know, after you've considered a great achievement, then you realize you can achieve more. You can achieve more. You take on challenges. You don't even know how, you just take them on. And once you start breaking it little by little, what it happens is something we call the snowball effect. Becoming bigger. By the time it gets to its destination, very big. So the same way, when you're achieving things little, don't take them for granted. Don't take them for granted. Please, don't take them for granted. Celebrate it. Be happy. Maybe you always go to work late, but for a whole 1 week, you went to work on time. That is an achievement. Self-growth. Be happy. Then ask yourself, what else can I do? Do you get it? One more. Then I go to one more can I achieve, one more can I do. Then you set new goals. You ask yourself, no, I can do more, I can do better. That means you are challenging yourself that you can do more. Number 7 is the one of more importance to me. Who do you think has the power to turn things around for you? Or who do you think can help change your life? So whatever you think, write it there. Maybe if I link you to the prayers of Ghana, who knows? You can tell. Maybe if I link you to some rich girlfriend or rich boyfriend, it can turn things around for you. Maybe whatever you write it there. Maybe somebody told you that your auntie be in the village is the one causing whatever it is. So maybe if that person is dead or away, your life will turn around. So who do you think has the power to turn things around for you, or who do you think can help change your life?
We are going to discuss.
Yes, we are going to discuss it. So
I don't understand.
I see.
You have to be specific on the person and I say you can just be general, like.
Just be general, anything. Hey, do you know right now if I link you to Akufado and you have his number and he says tomorrow, come and see me. You call and he says, hey, give her a new house, a new car, give her an office. Do you know your life would have turned around? Or tomorrow you go on Monday and he says, hey, posted to Ghana Embassy in America. She's going to work there. The same way your life can be destroyed. They will say, okay, we are taking you to the remote area. You know, for instance, the police and immigration. If they want to punish them politically, they throw you some village, be somewhere that
No network.
no network, nothing. They tell you that is your new station. So who? So nobody who?
You should put names.
If you have a name, put it there. If you have something, maybe car. A car can tell your life around. Or maybe a girlfriend. A boyfriend or a girlfriend. Somebody is there. She said all she wants is a boyfriend. Once she has a boyfriend, her life will be better. What is that? That is her. Because people, when they have broken hands, they can't do anything. You don't know. If nobody broke your hands before, why do people commit suicide at broken? Right? They have broken hands, they can't do anything. So somebody will put there, you say, my boyfriend or my husband. Are we all done?
Yes.
Are we all done?
Yes.
We are all done. Okay. Do we have anything personal there? Or we cannot discuss?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll start from you. Number 7. What do you have there?
Yeah, I wrote God, knowledge, and myself will help me turn me around.
Okay. And now what do you have there?
I have God. I have divine helper, Pastor Francis so much. And I have capital of 20,000.
Okay. Tim, what do you have there?
I have myself a mentor or an accountability partner.
Elizabeth, what do you have?
Okay, so I wrote God, a coach or mentor for guidance.
Hello.
What do you have? Okay. What do you have? Please don't write now.
Myself and with the help of God.
Okay. Humphrey, what do you have?
I wrote
Then I'll
God.
give you his number.
Just keep
That's good.
go for it.
Okay. What do you have?
Myself and Yahweh.
You.
I'm not done.
Is it?
I'm not
She's
done.
not done.
Ah! Not that I said it.
But for your questions, I can answer.
I'm sorry.
So God, a mentor, myself.
Okay. Peter,
I got myself and you. That's what I wrote.
oh, something has stepped down. Bless you, what did you write?
God and myself.
Okay. So,
Hey, and myself.
how many people wrote myself?
Boy.
Myself is
How many people wrote myself? So, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, raise your hand, well, let me see. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Okay. So, what do you think the correct answer is?
myself.
Myself.
So, not God.
Yes, but if God is there, the person who is not achieving the way is not, is lazy. It can't be that.
You said you wrote what?
God, knowledge, and myself.
Okay, so we are voting. Voting for God.
God. Ultimate God.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
You
We are selecting only one answer.
Oh,
Now we are voting for myself.
Only one answer.
Only one answer.
Only one.
So wait, let's start
Yeah,
again.
she didn't.
Let's, my God.
The person is
We are voting for God. Those who say we are saying God.
If you have anything God is not going to do. God.
1, 2, 3.
God.
Before though, one, no, let's not. I mean, right now, let's not exchange ourselves. We will exchange ourselves when we finish voting. No,
We
please,
are not voting for the two. God, myself.
please. Jordan. Then I said, what did you put there? Who has the power to change or text around for you? So now we are voting. We are voting. Those who are for, please, let's finish voting, then we argue the answers. Those who are for God, show by hand.
God.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 people. 6. I like you. We have them. Now those who are for myself, show by hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You don't know it.
I bet you all have to vote.
There are abstentions.
You all have to vote.
Yeah, so yeah. Which one to take out?
People are running away. For God, we have 6 people. Myself, how many people? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Lama counting one. Yes.
So.
Hey, right now, self name with you. Self. Going. No, show my hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going 1, 6. Going 2, going 3, going 4, gone 6. Abaya, please. Where do you stand? Because you have a tie. 6, 6. So where do you stand? No, one answer. Is it? God. So 7 for God, 6 for. So please, who will represent God? Who will represent God? Okay, please stand. Who will represent myself? Who will represent myself? Okay, so please stand. So please, don't saying God. Please justify it.
No, with God, all things, simple as and short, with God, all things are possible. You can be hardworking, you can have the determination, but once there's no life, you can't make it happen. And God gives you life, so with God, all things are possible. So that's the basic heading.
Please, those who are for God, do you support the answer? You can add what you don't support.
Can we counter those who are for
Yes. No, when it's your time to talk, you counter. Those who are for God, do you support the answer?
Yes.
If you want to add more, you can add.
For God.
Yes.
Okay, based on personal experience, the reason why I'm saying for God is this. There are certain periods of my life where I've tried to achieve things with my knowledge, my power, my connection. But I saw that those things that I was chasing, I ended up not getting them. Not because I did not know the path to take, but the time I really channeled my life to be in the path of God, I got those things like faster and quicker.
Yeah, please.
Can we add more?
You can add. It's your turn.
Okay, so with God, the reason why it's with God is that there are certain situations in life, in all life situations, when you go to human to tell them your problems, nobody can give you 100% solution, or nobody will be willing to listen to all those, nobody. But when you turn to God, He always comes through to meet you at your point of need and provide, and even that's exceedingly, that is what scripture says, exceedingly abundantly above all that we expect of Him.
For God people, glory, anything more, Elizabeth, Afri, anything more.
Those who are saying myself, it probably means they are putting themselves.
No, you know we are now about to talk. No, there's now talk. No, you finish your own. I'm not talking. myself.
Yes.
Myself, please
Okay.
carry the day.
I can't say I'm objecting to what God people say. All I'm saying is God created the world. We understand that. God created everything in it and gave us the power to have dominion over everything. But when God created the world and you, the human being, He created you in it, and you are slumber or lazy, will you still achieve whatever you want?
No. And if you are also
Can I ask a question? Can we ask a question? Okay, so I want to ask a question. When you talk about hard work, when you talk about hard work,
Okay, I think she spoke about why she chose God. So what he has to do is also explain why you chose myself.
I chose myself over God. Just a scenario. God created
Just for
all
the
of us.
debate.
Just that we've seen other people, they don't, in quotes and in quotes, they don't believe the existence of anything, any supernatural power happening, but they are achieving it. And on the flip side, we have seen some people to banking on their hopes of God without adding anything. And you see the difference is clear. So all what I'm saying is, even though God has given us life, God has given us everything, it's up to you to sit down, look at what God has given you, and change it to achieve whatever you want. That's why I took myself over God for now.
Papa, you're the first to myself.
Let's look at this scenario. Let's say your father is an Akufo-Addo and you happen to go to any part of the world for education. So they paid for you to go to any high school in the world. And you went there, you didn't learn. Now somebody attending free education in the village has learned hard and has passed. So whose fault is it? It means that God has, let's look at Cain and Abel. When the land was given to them, Abel worked hard and was able to cultivate the land and achieve more. But Cain was lazy and in the long run killed his brother. So God has given us the world, everything free of charge, but it left to you yourself to work hard to achieve this aim.
Myself,
So maybe I'm having a different interpretation of it, because it says, what more do you think you can achieve in life? I mean, who gives life is God. So for me, I see the constant there is God. So there's no need also putting it as an option. So I really didn't. I mean, it's there that it's God. So He has given me the life. So why also include it? So I know myself now. I should hold myself accountable and every other.
myself, and
okay, can I counter? I want to counter what he's saying.
To sum it up, there is a statement that
Who made that statement?
Like it's a popular statement as
So, sir, I want to counter what he's saying. From his perspective is that God has already given you the life. Okay, from my own perspective, I'll say that I already have the life, but I already know that I have to make a move for God to bless me. So now, I'm reversing the situation here. That I already know that I have to make a move. I already know that I have to work hard. I already know that I have to study to get what I want to get. So if I do all these things, it's not by, from my own perspective, it's not by my ability to get whatever I want to get. It's not by my ability to achieve what I want to achieve. So for me, I believe that whatever I get in that process, it is God that has given me that blessing.
my God and myself,
for myself, we all know that there's a God or self.
What did you choose?
Me, I've been going back and forth.
That's it, just go ahead.
So there's a God we all serve. And then the same God said that no idle person will eat. I want to get the right scripture. So there is no food for a lazy man. Yeah. So I know there is God. So if I'm not working, and then they also said that before God will help you, you have to help yourself. So if I'm not helping myself first, how then will God set in for me? So I think you have to first bring yourself up and then pray to God to help you. That is how it works.
Even to add up to what you
Okay.
what you said, before you get to
You forgot, right? Let me modify his statement. I think we are actually walking in the help of God. So I don't know, but I don't believe if you can already help yourself, then what's the need for God helping you? We're already walking in the help of God. It's just the actualization that have I actualized it? So for me, I feel it's a constant. Why are we debating? I think myself is holding yourself accountable, because the moment you bring in the God variable, you are relying your work on God. Oh, God will do this for me. But when you know, I have to hold myself accountable to this, God has played his part. We're not
Can I ask a question?
God has played his part.
I want to ask a question. He said that there's a saying that God will only help you when you help yourself.
In case you have change of mind,
We don't have to.
and you want to switch, you can raise your hand this one.
He said God can only help you when you help yourself. So I want to ask this. Do you wake yourself in the morning?
Thank you.
That one is different issue.
It's not.
No, it's not. It's not.
You see, this guy,
It's not.
he said
It's not.
there are people who do not believe
It's not.
in God. They also made it.
Okay. One thing is this. Either you believe in God or not.
It's still God.
It's still
It's
God.
still God, yes. But there are people who do not believe in God.
Yeah.
It's
So
still God.
either you believe in God, you are you
So then I think we shouldn't be ourselves. Should be maybe not.
Okay, there are also people that do not believe in God that are not prospering.
Sure.
There are also people that believe in God that are prospering.
Sure. Yeah.
So there's two ways to go. So what I'm asking is this: if you believe that you first have to help yourself before God help you, do you wake yourself up in the morning?
No, you don't.
So that's God helping you, because when you have life, you have hope.
Sure.
Who gives you life? It is God. If God doesn't give you life, how can you go to work? How can you think?
How do you feel?
Or if our mentor made mention of good health, right? That he doesn't pray for money, he rather prays for health. So if God does not give you the health, right? How do you chase the money that you have got?
So let's take it that as you say, you engage yourself in smoking, and then after some years, you realize you are facing this lung cancer. You pray to God for healing, but it doesn't work because you've already spoiled the lungs already. That doesn't mean God has to replace it with another one. You pray to God, all right, but you should know that your actions that you took some years ago led you to that.
But
When you
sorry.
When you say to God, God will provide you with His wisdom so that you do the right thing by yourself.
In context of this, so I think the question is asked how we can get a better life. God has already given you a life. That is constant. Now, how can you make that life God has given you better? You are now saying God. I think that's number one.
I think these okay, please wait. Does anybody want to switch?
No, we needed to.
No.
Okay, for me.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay, now we are going to vote.
Me too, I wanted to.
We are going to do final voting. Those for God. Those for God. No, it's only one. Those for God. Please show my hand.
I will go for God still.
1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, you people were 6.
Yes.
No, you only have one. You let's follow the procedure.
Oh,
You only have one. Those for God, please show my hand.
no, actually,
1, 2.
I'll go for it.
Please go for it. Only choose one. No.
Okay, please, I'll start.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who has run away? Yes. Who has run away? I think it's you.
This one.
No, it's you. You are run away. Myself. Okay, please. Those for myself. Let me see my hand. 1, 2, and I can vote for speak your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 7 against 5. And honestly speaking, I don't have an answer. But after this debate, we'll put it up and see how we'll solve it. But this is my point of view. I want to tell a story. For the story, whatever answer you understand. So later on, I think we'll put up for debate on our Facebook this day and see, we'll get other people to come over and see what best happens. The question was, who do you think has the power to turn things around for you, or who do you think can help change your life? Now, I think when I completed uni, I was driving through traffic and I saw just like a reflection. You know, those who sell the dog chains and stuff in traffic. After uni, most of my colleagues, those that I was tied at church and around, almost all of them had connections. So they had good jobs. So I was like, God, why me? But I'm a Christian. And that time, just going to church doesn't mean that I think you're a Christian, so no, that's all. And so in the traffic, like something just reflected on me, was like, you see those in the traffic selling. Many of them are serious believers than you, or they even serve the kingdom of God than you. Just like a voice saying that to me in my head, because we were more of like Sunday church goers, going to church, and because we've been born into a Christian, or let's say many of us over here, because we were giving Christian names, we are Christian, and there are those that were giving Muslim names, they are Muslim, but they don't really practice it deep to the core. So it was like there are people here who are even prayer warriors leading prayers and the traffic selling dog chains. So I went home that whole evening. I was thinking about the whole scene. I was like, why did this voice? What is the meaning of this? And I always shared this, that this was the beginning of my development in life. So I was thinking of things that there are people in the traffic who are even going to church, clean the church room, prepare for Sunday service, this midweek service, they go everything, all night prayers they are going. But they cry in traffic selling. So me that I'm here, some even sleep under sheds. Me, I'm in an air conditioned car driving myself. I'm here saying, God, why me? Because I also say I'm a Christian. Now people are in Iraq and things being killed, being murdered. It's not the same God they believe in.
Yes.
So people who are dying, sleeping on the streets in our village, who are dying, God doesn't know them. And God is going to jump the queue and come to me that I'm sleeping in the air-conditioned room, in the air-conditioned car, and come and give me what I want. So upon thinking through the whole thing, I came to the realization that everything we want for ourselves, God already wants the same thing for us. But it all depends on us, whether we will succeed in life or we will fail in life. If it depended on God, then I can accuse God that, God, why have you blessed my sister and you've not blessed me? Like how the man said, God, is the woman you gave me that made me sin. So, in all, what I came to realize was that success on earth depends on man, not God. God is the unifying factor. You see, when you look at the goals as what did we put there first? Spiritual goal. And I said, without God, you can do nothing. But to achieve success or to turn your life around, it depends on me. So if I sit at home and I'm watching TV, I went to church, the man of God said, I see you getting married next. As now when we heard prophets in church, I see you getting married this year. I see you owning a car this year. If I don't take the first step, nothing happens, then we'll come. This pastor is fake. He said I'll get married this year, but I did not. Many people have missed their blessings. And from my personal experience, I got to realize that it's not that what the prophecy that came wasn't real, but the individual the prophecy was for did not have the heart for it. There are people who serve God, right? Or they are following God, but they don't have a genuine heart. God is only God who looks inside the heart. But maybe somebody will tell you, this year is your year, you get better, but then inside your heart, the genuineness is not there, so that prophecy will not come to pass. It's not the man of God. It's with time before you realize, no wonder this person, no matter the prophecy that was coming, wasn't being fulfilled. So I felt like God already wants us to be successful. We are all the children of God. Whether a believer, a sinner, whoever you are still the child of God. So if it depends on God for us to be successful, then all of us has to be successful. Why should I suffer? Why? Is God not a God of abundance? Why is it that you can drive a Range Rover? Me, I'm picking trotro. Are we not serving the same God? Tomorrow, when we meet in church, the God you are going to serve is different from the God I'm going to serve. But what you do with your life is what separates the two of us. We all serve one God. He's the one who gives us blessing. He's the one who opens door for us. But it depends on us to make the first step. So since then, I took upon myself to always seek knowledge, to always go after the things I want. Because he says, I will bless the works of your hand. Anything you find doing, he will bless it. He says, yes, thou a man diligent in his works, he will sit before kings. So his blessings are already in the atmosphere. It depends on you to do what attracts it or not. If you study the place they are building, today you hear there's a new technology in town. Has anything changed on earth?
No.
Or is there any new earth anywhere? It's the same earth, but people are not getting the idea that, if I combine this and this, I can produce this, I can produce this. At first, we were using plastic chairs and wooden chairs. Now see the modern chairs. Somebody thought of it. If no one thought of it, does it mean God is not there? God has already given us the raw materials. Now, to turn your life around, if you're going to say it's still this God, my pastor always says something. He said, God gave you wisdom so that you help in the creation process. So use your head, use your brain to think and do things for yourself. Stop folding your hands and saying, God will bless me, God will bless me, God will bless me. For me, this is my story. Whatever answer you took from it, I'm not saying it's the final answer. This is my answer. We can put it up for debate. We will put it up for more debate to see which one works. So, whatever I said, if you heard from it that it is God, take it. If you heard from me that it is myself, it's all correct.
No, exactly. No answer is wrong.
No answer is wrong
answer
now.
is wrong.
But the truth of the matter is that it all depends on you. God already wants you to be successful. God will not turn your life around for you. God comes to restore. Maybe let's say you are supposed to be a manager by now, but because of the lifestyle you led in the past, you are not serious, whatever. But now you've come to the light, you've come to know better. God cannot restore the 5 years that you were serving as a laborer, but He can restore and jump you, though maybe by age 45, you're supposed to be a manager. By age, you are now age 40, and you are now a teller. But God can jump you from teller to manager. Do you get it? But it all depends on you. So when I came to that realization, that was when I started studying. I started reading books. I started going for seminars. I realized that God is God, whether I believe Him or not. Whether He blesses me or not, He is God. So me being a success or a failure doesn't change the fact that He is God. So it now
It's correct.
So if I said is God, then now all of us can start sleep. Let's say, how can you be watching telenovela series morning to evening every day, and me that I'm by the book studying, listening to tapes? You know, there were colleagues of mine. They were ahead of me, doing better than me. We sat down and I was telling them that, Charlie, see, it's possible to do this. Because at that time, I started reading books on like empowerment, success and things. They were laughing, they didn't take it serious. And I first started like, these people that the life you are leading is what I'm praying for. You own cars, I didn't even have my own car, you could spend money. But they didn't have that kind of belief or faith. But today, by God's special grace, I'm way ahead of them. How did it happen? I chose to seek knowledge. They chose to live by common sense. We don't live life by common sense. We live life by knowledge and principles. Common sense will fail you. So when I went down that path, today, when I see where I am, I see the difference clearly. So one of the reasons why this mentorship class and the programs we are doing is that they help. And people will tell you, oh, forget about these motivational speakers. Forget about these people. Trust me. Empowerment helps those who only help themselves. All the things we are doing here, if you go home and all you do is to go back, to go and sleep, eat, and then maybe the next session you show up, trust me, to a year from now, you might even be worse off than you started. But if you choose to put them to work, it works. One of my first books I read on financial principles was The Richest Man in Babylon. When I read it, I learned integrity from it. I learned saving from it. I learned the snowball effect from it. How to start small and it grows. How you can repeat the same thing and it works for you. Those are the things that made him become the richest man in Babylon. Somebody who was from ground zero could rise to the richest man. How did it happen? If you read it, you find out. Those principles, when I picked this from the book, integrity, 10%, all those things, I put them to use. So when even things are hard, I still practice them because I believe that this is what the book is saying, help somebody to become the richest man in Babylon. So if I practice it, it won't fail. The same way the Bible, if you practice it, it won't fail. At times it's difficult. Imagine a client, you do a service for a client and it doesn't go well, and you have to refund the money. Though the person is not due, the second like Ashe, but you go into your own personal pocket to pay. At the beginning, it was difficult, but small. When I look back or how far I've come, I realized that what I learned from those books, it worked. So I can say that I'm standing here, I don't owe anybody. Because if I owe you, or we do a deal and it goes bad, I learned from the Sheba in Babylon that I can come to you and tell you that, my brother, I owe you 5,000 cedis. I don't have it. But please, can you give me 10 months? Every month I'll pay you 500 or 200. What matters is that I have paid till the last drop. Where did I learn that principle from? The book. So whenever you read a book, whenever you listen to a motivational speaker, whenever you listen to a tape, a sermon, it is your duty to pick things from it and say, this is what I learned today, and I am going to practice it. Today, at the beginning, we spoke about savings and investment and financial goals. It is your duty to say, I will practice it. No matter how difficult it is, I will practice it to see what the results will be like. So that is my answer. I am for the myself people. I joined them. So I will cast my vote behind myself people because God is God. We all acknowledge the presence of God. We all acknowledge that without God, we are nobody. Without God, we are nobody. If you are Dangote's son, you're already Dangote's son. You don't have to do anything again to become Dangote's son. But for you to be respected, it depends on your lifestyle. We are already God's children. Nothing can take away that grace. But whether you succeed in life or not, that one the ball is in your court. So if you say it's God, you will be lazy and be sleeping. I've had at first, when I didn't know better, I could argue with people that say, stop this thing you're doing, do it this way, do it this way. And the response to getting back is my brother. At the right time, God makes all things beautiful. And I tell the person, no, it doesn't work that way. But now, I just keep quiet and watch because I'm not the one suffering.
They will fall into the ditch.
If you fall into the ditch yourself and you realize that no, if I don't get, because imagine you argue with someone and tell the person that, see, somebody has told me before that I don't believe in God. And I said, it's okay. Because I've already pushed the person that, let's say, Blessed doesn't believe in God. Now Blessed is into photography. I give a job to Blessed. Within 2 days, he delivers the results. And you, within 3 months, I'm still chasing you for results. And you are telling me that blessings come from God. In His own time, He makes all things beautiful. And then you are not succeeding in life. And you are still telling me it is God. And honestly speaking, Blessed, is it God? No, see how diligent you are. No, see how diligent. Maybe, you provide results. That's what I was telling somebody that, let's say, I called him, he wanted a work done. Within 1 week, he got a job done. And there's someone I've given a work to. It's been 8 months. 8 months. He has taken 90% payment. Job is still not ready. And then, if I look at this person, you see, every time I try to compare people who are diligent and people who are just there saying it is God. Diligence plus God people, I've seen they move faster. And those who say God alone but they are not diligent, they are never progressing. So, yes, as for God, is anyone here doubting the fact that you can make it without God? No, we all acknowledge there is God. That's why we go to church, we know He's God, we serve Him. But we know that He already wants it. God doesn't want you to fail. What will your failure do for God? Nothing. How is it that if a car knocks you down, how is that God knows better? You didn't think you could. So it is you. Me, I stand with myself people. So we will put this up for argument again. But for me, I can be wrong. My answer is that I can be all voted and everybody had their say. So me too, per number 7, per my say, I stand with the myself people. So now, how many are we with myself people? We are 8. God, how many are they? 5. They say majority.
But 5 and 1 because you are still on one side with God.
I'm on the myself.
Okay, so I have a second question. I don't know if a second answer, if you can discuss that one.
Yeah.
A divine help and Francis question.
We said we are voting for one answer. I can't help you.
Really?
Yes. Only you can help yourself. So it boils back to the same thing. Yes. Man makes promises and fails. Only you.
I could be in a scenario where I don't know if this aligns with that answer. I don't have a talent, I don't know what to do in my life. And you as a life coach, you see something to say, yeah, okay, do it. I have no idea that I could do this. And you say, okay, do it. You've not even told me that, see what you can do. We say, okay, do it this way, I'll do it. You just come along and where does that fit in? Does that not fit in into you?
If I say do this, and you refuse to do it,
No,
it's all boiled down to yourself. I can guide you. Let's say, for instance, me standing here, all the things I said. But let's say there are those who will do it, there are those who will not do it. There are those who will say it's just talking. There are those who will say, let me put it to use. At the end of the day, it boils down to what? Yourself. Parents raising 3 children. They teach them the same things. They don't be the same schools. At the end of the day, one person is wayward. Are you saying the parents were partial? No. Even at times, that wayward child is the one that the parents invested so much money into. So are you going to say that parents failed? No, it is that child that is a failure.
I wrote a third answer was capital. That one too.
You say, how will the capital help you?
Yourself. Yes, that's something. Now the answer for question 7.
I wanted to ask a question earlier on. While you were talking, you spoke about set skills that you have a goal that you want to learn how to drive something.
Yes, set goals.
Set skills.
Okay. Skills, yes.
So I want to ask a question. Recently, there was a situation whereby, for instance, web designing and those things, computer hacking, those things, there are things that I learned long time ago, over 10 years ago. But just that I was not using them often. So it's not that I cannot do those things now. So recently maybe you get someone that wants to do that, you let the person know that you can do that, but it's more like these people ask that they want to see your portfolio, what you have done. But it happened to be that back then when I was doing those things, they were mostly for individuals, not for corporation. So I don't have a recorded portfolio that I can show for those things. So what do you advise for someone to do in that situation?
So in a situation like that, you go about building portfolios. So if it's maybe web designing, website, that kind of thing, you start offering your services maybe for free or for a lesser fee. So maybe if people are designing websites out there, you are feeling like going to spend 3 days, 4 days coding and doing these things for nothing. No? You can decide to offer somebody that, let me build your website for you. If people are charging 2,000, might give me 500 cedis or give me 800. Somebody is there, he's not ready to build a site. But just because of your offer, he will say, go ahead, do it. So with that, what are you doing? You start building, rather than somebody can do your portfolio. These are my works. You understand? You list them. These are my works. Do you get my point? So all you have to do is to go back now and start, because of course, yes, many people will just give you, just by the fact that you say I can do it, they'll give it to you. And that those two will say they want to see your portfolio because they want to make sure that, let's say, later if you recommend a photographer to somebody, what I've noticed is that they will ask you, send me some pictures that person has taken, or give me the person's Instagram handle. They want to go there and see the pictures. So if they go there and they snap they see the pictures there, they say, this person you call photographer, see the pictures on his page. Straight away, they will do what? They will ignore. Somebody too will say, oh, but I'm just a new photographer, I'm not getting job. As I come and pay. No, a photographer is a photographer. You can even snap nature, you can snap cars, and you can go to market or places and offer to snap people for free. You can go to programs, church, and offer to snap people for free. Nobody will stop you. So it's all about building it, because now everybody needs it. So you have to, if nobody wants to give you the job for it, then you have to find one that you can do for free, or you can build your own ones and post them. There are a lot of churches in town now. Let's say, for instance, you can use church as an example. There are so many churches around. You don't even have to travel. Just in your neighborhood, if you really focus, I'm sure you can count about 20 church or 10 church in your neighborhood. And out of those 10, trust me, about 8 of them do not have websites or anything. You can go to them, sir, why don't I build a website for you where you can monitor your members and I'll train someone how to upload it. They'll say, oh really? That's good. Oh, you know what? Just give me anything. Maybe normally I take 2,000, but if you can give me 500 cedis, I'll do it, because at the moment I'm at home doing nothing and I just want to be active. Some will say, if 500 cedis, go ahead and do it. Do it. So by the time you show them the first phase of the work you've done, they'll be happy that, whoa, now we have our service on what? Website. And some can even end up paying you more than what actually decided to take. So it's very important about building a portfolio. So if people are asking for it, all you have to do is go out there, quickly start building them and upload.
So, sir, for instance, let me ask this question also. Maybe it's not something that you can document. For instance, maybe it's not something you can document. For instance, let me see, when it comes to system repairs, installation and these things, it's not something that you can document. So how do you go about that situation also?
In a situation like that, it's all about bidding. And secondly, there are huge companies who ask for portfolio that they want to see certifications and qualifications, or maybe companies you are working for. So maybe, I'm the technician for IPMC, technician for Coca-Cola, technician for this. Some may make a follow-up reference call that, this company, are they truly your technicians? If they say yes, that is a green light for you. It's like some companies, when I ask for reference or referee, they want to know who you've worked for before, who to contact. So that you put that, somebody may see your reference or referee. This was my mate in school. Let me call him. You know this person. Just by the fact that he knows you and say, I know this guy is good, he will start working with you. So those are the kind of documented. It's about the companies you've worked with, then you can start listing them. So some will want to go out and verify. But they just want to know, now in today's world, we have what we call, I don't know how to put it, but there are people who are like contractors. They just go to get a job, they are third party. And then when they get the job, they outsource it to different people. So at times now, some companies want to make sure they are dealing directly with the source, not a third party.
Sir, please, my last question for you.
Over.
I want to ask this question as there are some clients you get, for instance, when it comes to photography and those things. How do you deal with funny clients? You tend funny, intense, it's no more than like they are fraudulent, right? They want to do business with you, but they have another motive in their mind. For instance, okay, they meet you that I want you to take just videos for me. So in the process of you sending your MOU to them and like getting them to sign those things, then they start adding on, oh, you can add photography, you are a photographer, you can just take like 2 pictures of it. You know, because I had that issue recently. There was someone that I reached out to them that this is what I do. So they reached out back to me. So the man was talking to me. I said, oh, we want to see your portfolio. I sent them everything, editing everything. They said, oh, it's good. They would like to work with me. I was like, okay, no problem. Then as we were talking, he sent me some long details that I should do some graphic design. They want to see my ability. I really wanted to do it. I've started the process, but while I was going through the details, I saw that it was an upcoming event that he had. So I told the man that, oh, if you are available, we can have a virtual meeting. So we had the virtual meeting. And in the process of talking, I realized that he really just wanted to use that to get that design for that program without paying for that service. Without paying for that service. So I just told him that I'm not a graphic designer. This photography and videography is what I do. So they said, okay, they want to make some editing that they will provide the videos. I'm just going to edit. So when they sent the videos, I wanted to give my advice that what you are coming to do, these videos are not good for it. So if you can invest in it, they said, oh, it's just something small, they want to do it like, I was like, okay, no problem. If I'm editing, this is what we are charging as a company. They said, okay, he's going to get back to me. So the price I gave him, he beat it down. And I gave them another price. Okay, if you want discount, this is what I can do for you. He said, okay, we can go ahead with it. Then he called again that their boss said they should stop the editing. The boss said they should stop the editing. That next time they will work with me. So recently they reached out to me just within the week that they have an event Friday, which is yesterday, that they want to see my price, and I sent them all the documents and everything. And then it came back that so if I'm doing this right now, I'm going to do projection, but it don't say directly that they want me to do projection. Just said they have some things they want to project, this, that. Do I have projector? They have one. So I told them that I don't do that. We don't do that. But if you want that, we can render that service for you at an additional cost. Or if you have someone, since you have the projector, if you have an extra laptop and someone that can operate it, we can set it up for you and show you how to use it for free. He said, okay, no problem. Then later on, he came back and said, oh, they have an in-house person that is doing the coverage for them. So that kind of person, how do you advise that I deal with that kind of person? Should I cut off that connection?
Okay, with this question, I would want to answer based on my personal lifestyle or how I would handle it personally. You understand? Normally, I have a principle that people respect brands. And there are times when you are upcoming brand, there are a lot of sacrifices and challenges you will go through. But business is all about principle. if what I'm going to do, I'm not going to lose money, but it's just my time and energy I may waste or lose, I might go ahead to still do it. Do you get it? Business is about principles. But if maybe let's say this person is giving me a contract, but I've noticed that when the client is giving to me, they are going to pay, but they are trying to chip in other things into it, which they don't want to pay for. If the other things they are chipping into it is something I can do, and it wouldn't cost me money, or even if it will cost me money, maybe what I charge them and they have agreed to pay, but other services they're bringing on board, it may cost me a little, but I'll still make a little profit. If I have nothing doing, I'll go ahead and do it. Or I may do it after everything is done. When presenting it, tell them in a nice way that, normally I charged you for this, but you made me do this and this in addition. Normally I'm supposed to charge you this for this, but kindly just pay, maybe instead of I charge you 3,000 for the service you agreed to pay, can you add extra 1,000 cedis to it? Somebody will say no, but this doesn't cost. I mean, they will not. Some people are just smart, like to be smart, but normally, as I said, per my own personal principle, if I wouldn't lose in doing it, I may just go ahead to do it. I believe it's part of the process. A time will come, nobody would even want to try that on you because you may now be dealing with reputable organizations and reputable brands. But when you're up and coming, so I understand some of the challenges and city jobs, but if you are losing money, of course, now you didn't do it. So let's say today, for instance, there are jobs that somebody will say, oh, I wouldn't work with your company again. I wouldn't even bother to call that person or to send a message to that person. No. I just tell them ignore. The person should go wherever they want to do what to go. But there's a point that we would go to any length or extent not to lose a client. But now, if we are losing a client, maybe let's say one of my staffs come to report to me that, let me give a practical scenario. Last week, there was some issue on ground, and I was called. He said the person was like, if he pays for this service, he wouldn't want to work with us again. And I was like, you should tell him to go on. You should move on. You understand? Because the service is supposed to pay for. It's a service that we have paid for. If it was to be free, I would say, let's let it go. But how can I use money to pay for a service on your behalf? And when you come, you are telling me you don't want to pay for it. And just because I'm saying pay for it, you are saying if I let you pay for it, you wouldn't work with me again. If it was the beginning stage of my career, I'll just say maybe let's see what we can do. I just said let him go. Because this is what I believe in. When you are genuine and people walk away from you, they will definitely come back. Or they may later realize that this was a genuine person we were dealing with. The reason why he said he's walking away, when he goes elsewhere, he realized these people were not lying. So what? He himself would have, felt bad. Some will feel bad, they will come to you again, but they'll move on with it. But at least your reputation is what intact. And as you grow in business, you come to the realization that it is God that provides. So when somebody is doing something against you, you're not bothered. By the beginning stages, all these things, we endure it. All these things, people will come, they don't want to pay for service, they want to underpay you. All I'll just look at is that, well, maybe at the end of it, maybe I'll make 100 cedis profit. Sleeping at home, would I get 100 cedis? No. So let me just do what? Let me just do it. But if I won't get anything and I'll lose money too on top, it's better I let it what? Go. But if at the end of it I may get something little, even though they are demanding for more, but I'm getting little. If it's just time that you are losing, it helps. It's also the more work you do, it's all sharpening you as well, and it's part of the process. It's part of the process. A time will come one day they will call you, and after you have better contracts you are doing, you turn them down. There are jobs that today when you call me, I'll not even do. I'll not even mind you. You understand? Because whatever money you are coming to pay me, I don't need it. But at a point in time, I would rush or fight for it. It's part of the growth process in life. So you have to weigh the options. If I do this work, do I have much on my table? If I don't have much on my table, why not do it? But the moment I have so many things on my table, and then at times we be having those challenges. She may bring a job or something and look at it and not minding it. Because what I have on my table is more important to me than maybe what you are bringing. So if what you are bringing, I look at the benefits and it will benefit me that much, I don't already am stressed. I don't want to add more. But if what you are bringing, I see the benefit is high, of course, I will accommodate that stress. So it comes with time. It comes with time. Do you get it? It comes with time. People would, in the business world, it's like a jungle. People out there, everybody wants to cheat. There's no friend in business. Your friend is your biggest, the person who is even cheating you the most. You understand? There's no friend in business. In the real business world, when you go into business, you know that it's a jungle. You understand? You're working for a client. And I told one of my colleagues that, you see this person you are working for, he just wants to learn from us. Once he has learned from us, he will walk away. So don't think he's not a genuine client who wants to, he wants to partner, grow with us. But like I see, this person only wants to learn the work. Once he learns the work, he will walk away. And truly what? It happened. Some of this experience lets you know what? Ahead of time. So when it happened, they'll try and make it look like it's because of you. Your attitude was this way. You were this way. But because of experience, you only laugh in your head. I already knew from the beginning you were not going to stay. It's like relationship. When somebody comes and say, every time when I call you, you're on call waiting. You're on call waiting. Every time you say, I no longer want to be in this relationship. That person had broken up with you about a long time. So he's not getting it. So when it comes to the business world, there are no friends in the business. Everybody wants to cheat. But how advice I always tell people is that it depends on you. Like how I said, it depends on you. At a time will come, you'll be so busy doing big and making money that these jobs, when they even come, it won't cross the hello stage. You will just ignore. Somebody can send me a WhatsApp right now. I'll look at it. I'll just ignore the person. I'll reply. Because what he's saying doesn't make sense. If it was to be 4 years ago, I'll listen to him. And let's say, for instance, I tell you that, okay, this is my price. This is how much I take to do this job. Oh, let me give you 200. 200 is good, but not good for me. Somebody else will do what? Will take it. They tell the person to move on. Some will come back and say, okay, it's okay, let's do it. Some too will go and give it to somebody because at every point in time, there are newcomers that people do what? Coming up. So the time in business comes, you realize that it's no longer about money, it's about principle. Last week, somebody brought a contract that he wanted us to execute. Straight, when he came, I just told him, see, this job, you know what? Don't bother. We will not even do it. The money involved was good, but I told him that, see, before we do this job, we can even do it. Unless you meet A, B, C, D requirement, this. Afterwards, the person was like, oh, I really like your honesty. Why? Because I'm at a point whereby any work that comes with stress, I won't do. So this person's work is bringing, it comes with serious stress. And so if you enter into it and it doesn't go well, you are going to handle stress So it's better to let him know from the beginning that this job you are bringing, see, it comes with serious. Let's say, for instance, somebody can, a perfect example, somebody will come, oh, and the house is for me. I said, instead of 10 bags, use 2. Don't put iron rod. You will say, you're a laborer, you need money, you're a mason, so you just do it because he's paying you. But a professional mason who is not angry will say, I won't do this work. Take it. Because though you are paying me, I know this thing can collapse. And when it collapses,
You come and come here.
the stress and issues I have to go through is not worth it. So I won't do it. Somebody else will say, me, I will do. Just at the beginning of my career, my boss turned down a job. And I told him that you're not serious. Well, I'll do it. And he said, please give it to him. And I took the job. Now, down the line, I was calling him and begging him to help me. That it got to a point, I had to put my phone off like 2 days. Because I was begging him, I'll call him and beg him, talk to the person. The people have not delivered though. The people who said they will deliver the goods, they promised 3 days. It took 1 month before the service was delivered. And he said, next time, you see me walking away from a job. I like money more than you. When I'm walking away from it, you should know that this thing, it can bring stress. And truly to the stress it brought, I had to be calling for 1 month before the person promised to deliver the service in 1 week. And the person ended up using 1 month. And me too, I want to promise the person that, oh, the job will be done within 1 week. And now, you understand? So, guys, if you are not losing money, at times, don't be so strict or rigid. It's all part of the brand. It's building your brand. When you get there now, your brand is high. Even before the person will come and try that nonsense with you, he will not even dare come. You understand? So that one there is the business food. These companies out there. Even there are times that people within the company is going to pay for the correct budget. But he now, as the procurement officer, he wants to make his profit. So he wants to give the contract to you. So he knows that if he's able to play games with you and he doesn't pay for this, he will do what? He will make his money. You understand? But those people too, they have their reward. It's like a job, the same scenario. The person said, no, company is not paying for this. No problem, everything was done. Now, when the thing went otherwise, oh, I beg, can you give me an invoice showing that I paid for this, I paid for this, I paid for this? I said, Master, you only paid me for this. I'm not going to give you invoice showing you did what? Paid for this. You did not pay for it. Do you get it? You did not pay for it. Smart people always get their reward. But in business, people always try to outsmart you. But always weigh the circumstance and weigh the options. If you are not going to lose money and not going to lose too much time, why not? The later you get, every coins counts. But if you are going to lose money, oh, that one there, if I tell the person, no, I'm losing so much, I won't do it. But if I'm not going to lose money, every coins counts. Well, I hope that answers me. Are we all okay?
Yeah.
Are we all okay?
Yes.
Any questions? Any questions? We are bringing the session to an end. So what is the one thing that you will say you are leaving here with today?
Yourself. You should do yourself first.
You should
Do yourself first, then do anything to make it happen. Success doesn't come with all. So help with you, the person.
Okay. Who again?
Yes, financial goal.
Having set a new financial goal to December. But to December, we said break it down
Yes.
monthly.
Yes.
I had an activity I wanted us to do, but I doubt we will do it. I doubt we will do it. Or should we try it?
Yes, please.
Okay, you before we leave, that's that activity. It's not something to be done here. It's to be done within the month. It's just one activity, very simple. But I doubt we will do it. But before we leave, I'll say it and I'll see whether we'll do it or not. Is there any question? There's no question. So, what are you leaving here with?
You should do things with generosity and love, and not because you want something else.
That's brilliant. Any other person?
You said don't be responsible for how others live their life. That struck a nerve.
Yeah.
He said, don't be responsible
For how others live
Live
their life.
their life. How other people live their life is not a responsibility. So we don't carry the burden of sacrificing. It was in relation to when Elizabeth asked the question of saying it depends if the emergency is for you or is for others. So any other, maybe to sum it all up, maybe for those who didn't come early, the main key points we wanted to is in 4, which we spoke about savings, and we summarized it that you can practice savings in 3 stages. And whether you're a student, whether you're unemployed, no matter what, so long as you use money to buy food, then you can practice savings. So save for emergency, save for investment, save for fun. Now fun too is part of life. And fun, go and enjoy life. Fun is part of life. Chill. Save for fun. Now life is not only for hustling. Fun doesn't mean everybody and how they have their own fun. You get it? As I said, small accomplishments. Save for emergency, save for investment, save for fun. Somebody may go to America or London to have fun, but you can go to Cape Coast and go and walk, change of environment, go somewhere to the village, go and book some guest house every day for 1 week, change of environment, go sit by the beach, relax. You understand?
Yes, like me. Just walking to the kitchen,
So please, finally, make sure you have time for what? Relaxation and fun. It's also part of life, very necessary. Some of you work, stress. Today,
or women say that they like triangle lifestyle, work, church, home.
Today when you hear what's killing most of the youth, start monitoring. They'll tell you it's stress, depression, and pressure.
It's true. We've been admitting them all the time.
That's what is killing the youth now. Stress. See, once in a while, take time. That's why I said, take time off. Even if 500 cities you have, trust me, you can go on vacation at 500 cities. And if you pick Trotro, Kaswa or Cape Coast is here, you get a place, it's 50 Ghana, 100 Ghana a night. You spend 2 nights.
Thank you.
That's
You see, I'm saying 100 cities crap where you can do what? You can have fun. It's in stages. A time will come, you realize that,
America.
now you are in America, you are here having fun. And the last thing was, please set financial goals. Set financial goals. There are 4 things I want us to leave here with today. I'll repeat it again. Save for emergency, save for investment, save for fun, and then set financial goal. Stop eating the seed. Some of you combine the seed and bread and eat it. Or do you know what I mean by that? Do you know what I mean by stop eating the seed? Stop spending every money you get. Every money you get is a seed. Put some away. Stop saying, oh, I don't earn enough. So that account, I'm not saving for investment, I'm not saving for emergency. No. When you do that, you know what you are eating? You are eating both your seed and your bread and everything. And the Bible doesn't lie. It said, so long as the earth remains, there will be seed time and harvest time. So if you are eating your seed, that means there is no harvest for you. So when you are not getting any harvest, don't blame anybody. So whether you are working or not, student or not, there's always a seed that comes your way. So we will bring today's class to an end. Will anybody give us a closing prayer?